which is funny because my little sister is not, like, super computer illiterate. Illiterate? What? Literate. This bloody runny nose is making me speak like a moron. But yet, at the same time, Hand of Fate, they have another announced, like, console. Like, they've stated that they are working on a follow-up console to the current Xbox lineup, and all of their descriptions basically state that they're going to make an all-in-one PC, which is essentially what the Steam Deck is, and the Steam machine is. As if it's portable as well? Well, I mean, there's that really, really, really awful, maybe not awful, but not great Asus ROG Xbox Ally X or whatever the fuck they've called it. It's... Xbox is a good name, but the whole Xbox X thing is really fucking stupid. Like, it's so bad. Just put numbers in it again, it was better. Digital Foundry, they show amazing performance in CP 2077. Do they have, like, comparisons to what it runs like? I still want to see the price tag. Like, to me, that is the biggest deciding factor here is the price tag. You got Pop OS. Pop OS is good. Yeah. Don't really see the point of consoles anymore. I see the point of PCs with different form factor more than I see the... I've never really been a console guy, but I like playing games on my TV sometimes. When I was younger, I just had a very long HDMI cable that I would pull out of my monitor and stick in my TV when I lived at home with my parents. When I moved, I still had that. When I moved out, I still had that for quite a bit. And now living here, I have an old PC which is plugged into my TV, which I can, if I want, turn on and then local in-house stream games from this gaming computer to my TV. That, to me, is like the purpose of a console. But I've also got Cat 8 cables running along the corners of this room. So, like, I'm maybe not your average consumer, I guess. That being said, I do see the point of, like, a desktop PC that is in the form factor of a console. Like, to me, that is, like, the future of PC gaming, if you will. Like, that's how you keep PC gaming relevant for the next 20 years. Because the era of the desktop computer is not fading, but it is continuing to be niche in comparison to games as a whole. You know, like, most people who play games don't even realize they play games and they play them on their smartphone. What's up, Nixim? Appreciate it. Yeah, no, like, if they make... You hope that the Steam part is just in the name. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, that's the main issue I have with that big old desktop PC is, like, it's an old desktop PC that is running at its limits to run a Steam in-home stream. So, like, if I could get a machine that is quiet, that has modern features like USB Type-C, enough ports to plug a keyboard and mouse in, and, like, get all my controllers hooked up, that would be really nice, to just have a way to play games that is on my TV, that runs consistently well, that can run some games locally if I want to, that could be a way of playing games that isn't sitting at my work computer. That is my ideal. And also, you know, there's something to be said for, like, having, like, an Apple TV. You know, just a separate device that you plug into your smart TV so you don't have to deal with all the bullshit that comes with a smart TV, but still have access to all of the things that you would want on a smart TV. And to me, a Steam machine is kind of like the best of all of those worlds. Or like a PC that you plug into your TV is the best of all of those worlds. Because you can avoid the ads that you would get on your smart TV. You can play games, some games, and stream the ones that it can't run. And you can still, you know, watch Netflix or whatever the fuck you want to watch on it. And if it's a PC, you can install your password manager on it and have an easier time getting in and out of those accounts. And if it's like a Steam machine or running Valve SteamOS, or alternatively like Bazite or something, then you could just launch it into a full screen Steam app and things are even simpler. Also that, yeah, you have more flexibility with a lot, like even the streaming services give you a lot more flexibility than you would have with like a smart TV. Also like a smart TV, you couldn't like put it in a suitcase and take it to another country for 8 months, but you could with that because it's small enough. So like it's AMD Zen 4 CPU, up to 4.8 gigahertz. Yeah, no, that's what it said from the description, was that it had a discrete semi-custom graphics card or graphics chip and a semi-custom discrete CPU, not an APU, which is good. Is taking a full TV? No. I'm just, okay, so if I'm gonna go stay in a hotel for a week somewhere, I don't want to use the hotel TV, but I will unplug the hotel TV and plug it into a box that I bring with me. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not the sort of person who's gonna play a Steam Deck on a plane, but if I'm going somewhere, it's not unlikely that I would bring a box with me. Does that make sense? No, I'm not gonna take the TV with me. But like, fuck it. If I go to my parents' house and stay the night, I'm not gonna bring my TV with me. But I could see myself throwing something like that into a backpack or a suitcase to take to my parents' house for 2 nights. It depends on what you're doing, I guess. But I'm with you on the trying to not spend time in the hotel room. But I mean, for whatever it's worth, this computer has a 3070 in it, so 5080 is totally fine for me. Like, or rather, 5060 Ti is totally fine. Anyway, that's fascinating. I wasn't expecting that today. I love how Valve just like announces shit. Like they don't need to wait. I would love to be a fly on the wall in some of their meetings. Like, they're one of the few companies where I genuinely would be, like, curious. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's, like, graphics cards at this point are, like, as long as it's affordable and has, like, basic levels of, like, ray tracing capability, then, like, I'm fine. As in, like, if a game requires it, can it run it? That's basically it. It leaked from a retailer. They had to announce it. Who did it leak from, Cadranos? That kind of sucks, but... Low-key, you wanted to hear me bringing a TV? Yeah, no, I just have a folding TV. One of the funniest things to me about Gabe Newell, Desmica? You know, I've never actually tried to say your name, I don't think. I'm just going to call you MJ. But is he owns a racing team that races for charity. Like, they donate their profits to charity. Called something Hearts Racing. And a couple of times when I've been to Formula One in Montreal, one of the support races is often the Ferrari Challengers. And that team enters a car in the Ferrari Challengers. And the guy that drives it is Valve employee number 20. And it's always like a Valve Ferrari. So it's like, I've seen Portal Ferrari, I've seen Half-Life Alyx Ferrari. It's a good time. This is like, you'll just be sitting there, it's like, fucking, what? Aperture Science car just goes real past. It's like, what the shit is that? So looking it up, it's like, oh, it works for Valve. All right, that makes sense. I mean, the submarine that, oh boy. Why am I blanking on the name of that director? The guy that directed the Titanic and Avatar. What's his name? Somebody help me out here. That duder. The submarine that he went... James Cameron. I want to say J.J. Abrams. Thank you. James Cameron. The sub that he went down in that was owned by Gabe Newell, wasn't it? Like, it was Gabe Newell's submarine that James Cameron took down. I think. Co-owned by? Sure. Okay, fine. Close enough. Challenger Deep. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty happy with my 7800 X3D, so... What, James Cameron being Canadian? I don't know. He's spent the last decade and a half making movies I don't care about, so I'm sorry. I could not care less about Avatar, so... That sounds like you would need a really, really, really fat CPU cooler. MJ. Like, that's all I see with that is like, wow, the amount of CPU cooler you would need for that. Also, I'm going to do a thing real quick. I just restarted my behind-the-scenes recording because there was a Steam Machine announcement in the middle of it, and then I got distracted for 20 minutes, and so there would just be like 20 minutes of a black screen in that recording, which I can just delete. I do not need that. Let's dive in. There's no way that could be true. No, that movie released. My dad saw it. I think my dad owns the Blu-ray, actually. There's also a video game that Ubisoft released, which is apparently just a Far Cry game. What looked like the Avatar game. It's on Steam. Again, once again, you're stupid. You know, I've been debating on turning that off. Because, like, I don't want to make people not want to watch my stream because I can't use an emote that they like, but I think that shit's so funny that I have a hard time. You know? It's like, damn it. It's like, Keck W is just so funny when it's just, I'm stupid. I think, like, genuinely, like, it makes me laugh every time I see it. And, like, I've had some people be like, well, this stream's dumb because I can't use the emote that I like. I'm like, but it's funny. Have a sense of humor, you child. I do have to state that the papyrus, I want to say that was an SNL sketch. I think that was... Right, okay, thanks for the clarification, Kraken. Also, Kraken, your username checks out. But, I want to say that was an SNL sketch where he's just, like, going insane, screaming that everything is papyrus. I think that was an SNL sketch. With Ryan Gosling, yes. Speaks the truth, like, it's papyrus! Why are you using papyrus? Anyways, with papyrus and Dwarf. I thought that Avatar was like... Wait, hold on. Number one, DS, is that real? And two, didn't he, like, already have all of the scripts written? Like, that's why there's so many of those movies planned? Like, it's like a Star Wars situation? Anyway, the Blue People Fuck the Tree movies is not something I need to spend a lot of time thinking about. That's why you read it in Industry Mag? Oh, well, okay. The biggest crime to me is that Sam Worthington hasn't done much else, and I really like him as an actor, and it makes me kind of sad that he's just like the Avatar dude now. Anyway, so some shit went kind of nuts, and I need to name a dwarf for Kenton. They want a dwarf, no preference, Stealer's choice. Okay, happiest dwarf. So the redemption should be up. But we got Rat Stone, Tezcola. We've got Alf as well as Natalie and Stormwolf and Diamond and Rusty and Alex Deather alongside of Bennett and Zapperzen. Also, Bennett asked how their dwarf was faring after, and I realized that they'd done that after I'd ended the stream, and I felt kind of bad. So if you're watching this, fine. If I scroll down a little bit, we got Zapperzen, we got Tyrantos, Necrontyr, and I think that's everybody. Now, we did have a couple of deaths, and I had to expel a family because their child was a were creature. Because we got attacked by a werebear, and they killed a dwarf and a child, and killed a dwarf and bit a child, and routed the traders that we had at the moment, which is very frustrating. But such is life sometimes. Did you recover from the attack? You're not dead, but I wouldn't say that you recovered. I mean, you're seriously injured. So I could keep you alive if I move you underground, or if I use DF hack to heal you. Otherwise, I think you're dead. Can you name a dwarf? I'm stupid. So there is one issue with that. There is a frequent viewer of this channel, Soki, named IR Stupid, who names dwarves a lot, but I could name a dwarf stupid if you like. I mean, I enjoyed the first Avatar as just like a schlocky sci-fi movie with some interesting visuals for the time. Like literally that's all that the first Avatar is, really. But as an adult, I just don't care. You know? Like in 2009 it was fine. Where bears check grinder. Grinder during the CPAC. All right, so I need to name a Kenton a dwarf, so I'm going to give a Kenton this, because this is a peasant who's an adequate base dwarf. And then I will name Soki a dwarf as well. And Soki says, just name a dwarf. I'm stupid. And apologies once more, I'm just going to clear my nose, and then I will read this. All right. I was near a burial receptacle. It pleases me. I was near a coffin. Yikes. He is naturally trustful in everybody and lives a slow-going and leisurely pace. Also, if I read a dwarf that was yours that's alive and you'd like to check in on them, let me know, and I will look at their histories and all that stuff. 3D films are an interesting phenomenon, especially because, like, I can't see them at all. Yes, they were. He lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, and he can be very happy and optimistic, and he acts with little determination and confidence. He thinks that he is fairly important to the grand scheme of things, and often feels discouraged. He tries to keep things orderly and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and often feels envious of others. He has a greedy streak, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He tends to be passive in discussions, and he can handle stress, and often feels lustful. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. And he's a hardened individual. He dreams of mastering a craft work someday, and is put off by family and values cunning. And likes quartzite, sterling silver, as well as faint yellow diamond and green glass and linen fabric, as well as bucklers and chickens for their scratching and the sound of the flowery skirts, and when possible prefers to consume capybara and shad, as well as prickle berries and dwarven wine and soft wheat flour, and absolutely hates worms. Gosh, this runny nose. He's apparently very strong, which is nice, and he worships the god of loyalty and torture, and generosity, as everybody does. And I need to make a temple for the hateful communion, which is a temple to that god. But Soki would also like me to name a dwarf Kek W. So do you want me to go with Kek W, or just I'm stupid, actually? You saw the Northern Lights last night? Yeah, there was some news going around about that, but it was cloudy here. I mean, that came from the sun, right? Because, like, I was reading something last night as well about, like, them predicting this from the sun, which is cool. How do you get a dwarf name? Do you get the Redemption, which is up every 25 minutes, taters? And that's it, basically. It's 500 channel points, so pretty easy to get. You basically just need to follow the stream or be around for like an hour and a half. That shit went to Florida? Oh, really? Yeah. I'm gonna name it a child. Maybe not this one specifically. I also need to make some clothing because that child's naked. All right, so he is a very calm demeanor and likes and finds and dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. He is conflicted by this since he believes in the importance of the rule of law. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he tends to avoid crowds, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He can handle stress, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world. Oh, an optimist. Personally, values tradition and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless. Values artwork and doesn't think much about the idea of perseverance. He likes stibnite and pig iron, as well as tiger eye and willow wood and the color coral, the color foxglove, bolts, helms, and grates and guinea fowls for their social nature, and sea serpents, whoa, for their majesty. And the words of the wanderer of and the words of the wanderer of walking and the sight of the saffron euphoria. So he really, really, really likes Forrest Gump. And the sight of the saffron euphoria, and when possible prefers to consume giant hedgehog and pond turtle and mango wine, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. He's 18 years old, about to be an adult. Also, I need to check something. How are we doing on cloth? I need to make some shirts. Actually, what I really need to do is I just need to get a good clothing industry up and running. Let's unforbid collect webs and maybe make a second loom. All right, so I had a dwarf that was found dead who I don't think I've buried yet. Let's double check that. Have I buried you? Because I went over here. No, I have not buried them yet. So I need to bury one dwarf. And I need to make a temple and a priest. And then we can actually progress forward. So this fort didn't get migrants for a really long time. We missed 2 migrant waves. We got we got 2 migrant waves in the first year, and they were very small, and we lost some dwarves in the first year. So our population stayed at 17 for the first year and a bit. And 2 of those populations were monster hunters. But I was able to get about this much built. So today we've got a lot of expansion we need to do. We've got a lot of dwarves that don't have bedrooms, but that's not too many. So I basically need to double the size of the bedrooms. We've got our little kind of underground farming area. I'm actually going to move the elephant down here. Just because, you know, he's more likely to live if I move him down here. Otherwise, he's very likely to unlive. Although, actually, I'm going to move the elephant to over here in the underground because I think this would be a better place for him. Just be safer more consistently. Because you won't get the surface murder monsters coming for you. So that's kind of the situation with the elephant. This area is relatively safe. I can close this and seal it off. And I can also close this and seal it off. So if a Forgotten Beast shows up, we can seal him in. But aside from that, that's the current status of the elephant. Then this is just kind of more or less all of the fortress, right? We've got, we're using an aquifer here as basically a mist generator, and this is a meeting zone so that the dwarves stand there. It goes down to here and then drains out into the caverns, which, you know, is causing a little bit of flooding, but it's fine. It's not really doing anything negative. I did have a dwarf stuck in there for a bit, which was fun. We've got this dwarf, Necron Tyr, who is a noted treasure hunter, or this goblin, not dwarf, noted treasure hunter, and who actually has some books, which is always fun. So we've got a few interesting dwarves in the fort. We just got a big migrant wave, as I said, and today's plan is expansion. There is one wrinkle here, though. The only meeting zone that I have where dwarves are allowed to socialize is this temple, which is the North Beans. And most of this fortress is fart jokes, because we're very mature. And the river that we are on is just a giant fart joke. part 1 of the VOD for this is also already up on YouTube, so if you do want to watch that, it is up there and available. But we are going to do some digging and start building that temple. Fart and dick jokes. Yeah, well, the faction is... Apparently we are allied with this elven faction? Interesting. Or, no, human faction, not elven faction. We're at peace with the elves. But yeah, we are the Lance of Men. And the river that we were on is a giant fart joke. And the region that we're in is the Plains of Odor. Of the Infinite Continent. And so everything that I have is referencing beans. Because, I don't know. Sometimes I have an immature moment. And this is a very immature moment. Suggestion for the temple to be butt-shaped. I don't know if I want to go that far. I don't know if I wanted to go that... Maybe bean shape? How about bean shape? Bean shape. Instead of butt shape. Unintentional bean shape. Shape of bean, yes. If not bean, then why bean shape? It's a person from Twitch chat, but yeah, their name's a 40K reference. YouTube chat. So we're just gonna get this done, and then we will work on bedrooms once this is done. I also need to run through the tasks and just unforbid everything now that I've got so many extra hands. I had a lot of jobs paused so that we could just get basics dealt with. But we are now done with the basics, so we can... Oh, did I not make a coffin yet? I swear that I did. Oh, they haven't queued it up yet. Who's my manager then? Oh, also, this wasn't intentional, but I've got a nil diamond. They wanted this dwarf, and so I gave it to them, and their name was Diamond, and so we have nil diamond in the fortress. The infinite as opposed to the outfinite. I've also got some rhinos and apparently a mongoose that I can slaughter. The mongoose came from the elves when the werebear pissed them off. Your work break is over? Alrighty. See you in a bit. I mean, if you're back within 8 hours, I'll see you. What the heck is the manager doing? Okay, Nil. We have to... I need to have a word with you. Do you not have an office assigned? Oh. Oh, I see the problem here. So, Nil Diamond was doing their job and being very efficient at it. And then I just gained enough population that... Now they need an office. I was like, why you no do your job? Well, okay, that makes sense. Let's do what I've been doing a lot lately, which is just put a table and chair in there and then go that route, but I can't do that at the moment. So I will just go table, do that now, throne, and do that now, except let's use petrified wood and... microcline. That looks nice. They needed to be assigned as a singer in the tavern? I don't have a tavern. Learner. We actually do not have a tavern yet. For whatever that's worth. Office in the mist generator? Nah, we're gonna do the lever office. I really like making lever rooms into offices because they often end up being pretty high value, actually. As I slowly fill them up with all of the different levers. This fortress does have iron and flux, so we are slowly going about making steel. We've made some steel bars, and we're slowly replacing all of this coke that I brought, and limestone that I've mined, and making it slowly, ever so slowly, into steel. So that's currently the process that we are working on. I also do have one human in the fort who just has a bunch of artifacts on them, as well as some books that are interesting, which is also always a good time. I'm going to approve this because it's for the Hateful Communion. I'm not going to forget that. And what can I do for blocks? I'll just do a bunch of rock salt and then fill in the rest of it with other colors just so that there's some variety here. And let's just go Sylvite for a bunch of it. All the way over to there, and then the last of this. At least 19. Ooh. Yeah, let's just do petrified wood. Microclimb table and chair. This can be an office. And now Nil can go do manager stuff. Once they're done putting this in a barrel and getting a drink. Yeah, it's not a stone that it's not a like a rock or mineral that I see very often, but it's nice to run into it. Oh shit, we need mugs. The Weaver withdraws from society. Let's just do iron goblets, I guess. Just a handful. And we've also got our first artifact happening, which is a Weaver. Which is Zapper Zen, and they claim a clother's shop. They grab dyed naff fabric, pigtail cloth. Make avocado skin dye? Okay, hold on. Avocado skin dye, that's what I'm looking for. Whenever there is unrotten, more than 10 unrotten avocados, just make avocado skin dye, I guess. I feel bad for it. I feel like the avocado skin should be allowed to live, but... Does leaving society mean that he left the fortress? No, it means that they've been possessed by some ancestor or something, and they're going to grab some specific materials, which in this case was 2 pieces of cloth and bricks, and they're going to make a legendary item. It's basically like they go into a strange mood, and then they create their masterpiece of their generation. And they can only do that once per dwarf life. But you get a valuable one-off item, basically, with a fancy description. This is going to be a temple to the denomination of hating, which is the god of torture, generosity, charity, and sacrifice. A lovely god, frankly. No. I was rambling about a different dwarf who wanted cups. It was my manager that wanted cups, who I hope has done the manager duty of assigning work orders now? Not yet. Where is my manager? Damn it. Okay, that's it. I'm taking you off other jobs until you go do your manager job. There you go. So now we can see the value of this. It's at 610, or 601 rather, not 610. It needs to get up to 610 before it's worth building. Sounds like one of those dual gods where they change throughout the seasons. Could you elaborate? What do you mean by change throughout the seasons? Zapperzen the Weaver has created Aril Nentuk, a Naf cape. Ooh! And offers it to the music of beans. It's a cape. That's cool. All Craftstar ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with pigtail and encircled with bands of borax cabochons and made from Naf cloth. The object is woodland green with olive bark dye. On the item is an image of a crescent moon in Naf. Who do you... I feel like this should be assigned to whoever the religious leader of this is, but I can't really easily do that. I'm just going to leave it for right now and then assign it to whoever ends up being the religious leader of this temple. No capes. No, absolutely no capes. No, you are very much correct. Cool moon cape. Yeah. It's like a rare item in RuneScape. But yeah, the last migrant wave we got was more than 20 dwarves, so... I don't even remember making that video, but I assume I did in fact make it. I'm glad you found it useful too. Like genuinely, I did not realize I'd made a video on that. But I'm happy you found it useful. Well, it's one of those materials that dwarves can't just make, right? Like dwarves can't make capes. Like I can't go queue up a bunch of capes. Which means dwarves have definitely seen The Incredibles. Okay, so let's just do Rocks and Thrones as well. Oh, I also need to hotkey things. This right here can be 2. The other thing I'm going to do, I think, is I'm going to move you, and I'm going to move you. And I'm going to make... another mason shop or 2. Maybe actually even back here. Not without mods, no, in regards to dwarf capes. Well, humans can make capes by default. Some elves can make capes, but dwarves don't make capes at all. Wonder why they sometimes don't know how to make shirts or underwear. So, Dwarf Fortress, like, Zach and Tarn wanted the different factions to feel individual and unique. And because they all speak the same language, the easiest way to do that is with clothing. Which is why sometimes your dwarves can make togas, sometimes they can only make shirts, sometimes they can make dresses, sometimes they can't, but they can make skirts. So it depends on the culture of the faction that you're playing. I don't understand the obsession with high boots, mostly because high boots are only, like, important if you're not making greaves. So, I like... the actual difference in armor quality between high boots and not high boots is, like, not microscopic, but it's, like, a single percentage. Yeah, mods are a thing in this game. Absolutely. It's not as moddable as RimWorld. Joe14 Joe in YouTube chat. Just because RimWorld runs on an engine that, like, is pretty much open season. Like, you can just do whatever you want in Unity, which is a blessing and a curse. It's like they're limited to Unity, so their capabilities are lower, but like because it's Unity, you can just kind of fucking do whatever you want. It's super easy to mod. So Dwarf Fortress is a little bit more obtuse to mod, but it is very moddable, yes. There are some pretty crazy mods out there. I just don't use a ton of them. Is there spiders in this game? Yes. Big ones and little ones. Poison ones and not poison ones. Actually, you know what? Let's get rid of you. And simply move you and you down to here. And you down to here. Can you have spider pets? There's several ways to have both tiny spider pets and giant spider pets, but good luck catching a giant spider. It's bloody difficult to catch a giant spider, so good luck with that. that's the real actual thing with them, is just good luck actually catching one. And when it comes to giant cave spiders, when it comes to the normal cave spiders, which are the little baby ones, you can catch them, but there isn't really that much point. They just kind of don't bother usually. Just getting inspired to play Dwarf Fortress. I don't know if that says if that's a good thing to say about me or a bad thing to say about Dwarf Fortress, that you have to get inspired to play in order to play. You would like an animal, please. I think I have a cat. Let me double check. Just let me get these queued up again so I don't forget. I do not have a cat. I do have roosters. The donkey is going to get eaten, so I wouldn't name the donkey. I don't know why I have an animal, but apparently I have an animal. Well, now I feel like I fail in my inspirations now. Martian. Or not Martian, Martin. But it's good to see you, by the way. Rooster's good. Cat. I mean, sorry. I misspelled Star Smart. Let's try that again. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, like waking people up in the morning. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He rarely feels discouraged. And he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he tends to be passive in discussions, and he has an active sense of humor. He likes to take it easy, and he tries to do things correctly each time, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. That's my rooster. I'm also going to do another thing with the rooster real quick. I'm going to place some floor tiles down in here. Let's use borax. And I'm going to place some walls around the edge of it, and I'm going to reassign this here to not include this area. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take a mating pair of birds and put them in there and lock the door so that we don't take the eggs, so that I can make rock nest boxes so that I can have eggs, but also at the same time breed some chickens and get some chicks without having all of their eggs stolen. Although, do I even have more than one hen? I think I only have the one hen. So yeah, no, I absolutely should do that. I should also go up to here and actually automate this. Yes. Brew drink from plant. Let's just say 200. When drinks are below... Oops. When number of drinks is below 100. And fruit. Or drinks from fruit. When amount of unrotten seeds or fruit is greater than 25, which doesn't happen super often, but when it is, then let's just brew 20 fruit drink. Happy to help. I'm glad that you're no longer scared of aquifers. Be scared of heavy aquifers. You certainly should be scared of heavy aquifers, but normal aquifers, eh. Nothing to be scared of. Nothing to be scared of. I will be making some new tutorials sooner than later, because there are some things that have been updated that I think it would be beneficial if there was a new tutorial out there. It won't be like in the next 48 hours or anything, but keep an eye out. It's a little annoying. I need more blocks. I'm not going to do an iron wall, though. I just want, at the very least, the segments to be consistent in their coloring. We're also about to get hit by ads, so I will pause game when the ads hit. After that, I will unpause once the ads are done. Yeah, if you go through the Steam Workshop Joe 14 Joe, there's quite a few mods. But do keep in mind, they're not as, like, hot swappable as, like, RimWorld is, so... You like making complex wells and underground rivers? No, absolutely. I mean, similar to like this system that I have, right? Where it's just like this flowing this way. I need to do something similar. Because this down here is an aquifer. Actually, I could straight up just like put a well right here. And, or maybe figure out where I'm going to put my hospital and like do that. Let's finish this first. One thing at a time. Speaking of, I'm also going to get some more bedrooms started. While this ad break runs, which is happening right now. So I will not unpause the game until the ad break is done. I actually really want to know, like, if... for turning all of the new siege stuff up to maximum, is it worth settling on a heavy aquifer? Because, like, the problem with heavy aquifers isn't that they're impossible to get through. Like, you absolutely can get through them. They're just really annoying and tedious to get through. Like, so what I want to know is it worth setting up on a heavy aquifer now as a form of defense if you were to, like, increase the goblins' ability to dig in the settings? Because, like, you can turn up the speed at which they're able to dig. And to me, that lands a lot of interesting questions of, like, okay, well, how good are they at digging? And is it now worth it to build on a heavy aquifer and put that time in? Because then you can turn the difficulty up more, you know? I do wonder about that as, like, a advanced way to play a fortress. Like, very advanced way to play a fortress. Because, like, what happens when they hit the aquifer, right? Although, granted, they may just, like, flood your fort. Or, like, as maybe a turtling option kind of thing. Because I'm kind of curious to see what happens if they try to dig through a light aquifer, which this fortress has, right? So that's one of the reasons I settled here was because there's an aquifer, and the last map didn't have an aquifer. Like, it's just a light aquifer, but I want to know, are they going to dig through it? Can they dig fast enough to get through it? Will it cancel their digging? Heavy magma aquifer? That would require mods, but... I mean, I could build one of those without mods. Let's just lock this door so they stop using that route and just finish that. There we go. Perfect. How's the value of you doing? Just going to erase this so that you stop overlapping. There you go. 18 hundo is the value. We're getting there. I wonder, actually. No, not you. Let's go back into here and do this. And then just start throwing gem windows in, maybe? Ooh. And then maybe let's do 2 statues of... What's the name of the god? Let's do 4, actually. Specify image. Although now I need to like actually make sure that I'm spelling it correctly. Mestthos. Mestthos. There it is. It takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with sacrifice, charity, generosity, and torture. And I haven't heard that in a very long time. Thank you for finding a secret sound effect that I forgot I had. Taters and the 90 bits. Appreciate you. I did change a few settings, yes. If you want to see what they are, the VOD is all available. But in simple terms, I'd lower the amount of minerals. I use a preset that stops as many oceans from forming, and creates more like good and evil biomes. I increased the number of sieves. I set cavern openness up so they're not as cramped. And I changed the erosion settings slightly. You went through the trouble of learning to deal with heavy aquifers before light aquifers existed. I did, and I did it once, and I'm proud to say that I haven't done it since. Make those out of sandstone, just to block that in. They're not rocks, they're minerals. Minerals rock, though. But rocks aren't minerals? Sure. You know what I mean, though. Come on. Work with me here. Work with my uneducated ass. Let's... If not rock, then why rock shape? That's what I will say in response, which is my way of dismissing the discussion and going, ah. With a barrel of golden salve. Golden salve is literally just a trade good. It's like when you would find like members only items in RuneScape that have absolutely no purpose outside of like members only quests. That's what golden salve is. There's been a lot of, like, Breaking Bad quotes flapping around in my chat recently, which is interesting. They're not rocks, they're minerals was stated in my chat several times yesterday. And I was reminded that having seen that entire show twice, I still forget a lot of the memeable quotes for some reason. My memory is still pretty good for a lot of things, but it ain't what it once was. It's almost there. Wait, hold up. That is the wrong temple that I used. I thought it was the denomination of hating. Maybe it's the communion of hating? No, sorry, the hateful communion. Yes, okay. So not the denomination of hating. The hateful communion. Same God, just different denomination. My bad. All right, so they have 11 worshippers, and I need to recognize a priest. I'm going to give it to... Let's go with Zapper Zen. You can have it. The Holy Sanctuary. And as far as the cape goes, I'm going to give that to Diamond. You don't need to delete it. It's fine. Science, bitch! I do remember that bit. Science, bitch might actually be my favorite line from all of Breaking Bad. Yeah, science, bit. Anyway. It's very I fucking love science level of humor, which, you know, ain't great, but is still entertaining in its own silly way. Get some cabinets up in here. Cabinets let dwarves who own a bunch of clothing put their clothing away. So if you see clothing lying everywhere, just put cabinets in their bedrooms. That will solve that problem for you. Yep. Now let's go down here and get this bedroomed up. Let's see what blocks I have. Let's do rock salt just so that I can get the doors in. I don't have much, but it's something. I'll swap over to borax, I think. That one extra one. Get a couple tiles in for beds. Swap over again to microcline. And you can get sylvite. I have seen all of Better Call Saul, yeah, but I haven't seen it twice, like Breaking Bad. I watched Breaking Bad while it was ongoing, initially. And then after it was finished, I rewatched it during the pandemic. And Better Call Saul, I think I started when it had hit season 2 or 3, and I watched all of it. Might be the best show of all time. It was a great show. I don't know, I haven't seen every show ever made, so I don't know if I can classify it as the best of all time, but it's one of the best I've seen. That's for sure. It's a great show. Silk shirt. Let's do silk trousers. And let's just do 30. 30. I'll just do that yearly for right now, because certainly don't need a ton of silk shirts. I'm just going to dye cloth with all the dye that you have, presuming you have dye, and you're also going to make some dye if you can. Pineapple leaf dye. Pomegranate rind dye. Sure. Make some yellow dye. Plurbius. Yeah, people were talking about that yesterday. I'm not at all familiar with what it is, but I could understand why. I'm told that the greatest movie of all time was never made, or was made, but was like destroyed by the studio that had the rights to it or whatever. Do I have any duplicate dwarves running around? No? Like, completely duplicate? Maybe they're just identical twins. No, that would be a bug, but how did that happen? So, Foxloaf in the YouTube chat says that they just had a new bug pop up, which is they have duplicate dwarves running around, which is amazing, if you ask me. Oh, okay. Well, as you can tell, I listen to a lot of Taylor Swift, so obviously I'm going to recognize a Taylor Swift lyric. I don't even remember like fucking Breaking Bad quotes. How the fuck am I gonna know a Taylor Swift lyric? Okay, let's just get this all assigned here. I only have 5 beds though, so I'm gonna need to make some more of those. Let's just make beds if there's less than 10 beds. We'll just do that. Very simple. It's generally a good number to keep around. Probably do the same with doors in a second. Although I'll do those with a little bit higher numbers. Rock doors. Make 25. If there's less than 10 in stockpiles. Although, I'll just say only use one shop so it doesn't clog up the others. Yeah, those graphical ones have been around for a while, which is really funny to me. Step 2, blockades. Yeah. But I want to know. Their sprite seems to be only one sprite in the world. Okay, so there's only one dwarf, but it's listed twice in the, like, units screen? That doesn't seem too bad. But it's kind of funny. I wonder what would cause that. I would report it, if you can. Like, definitely send in a bug report. Screenshots, save files, whatever you can. At least it's not game-breaking, though. It would be really funny if you physically had two identical dwarves running around, because that would be kind of awesome, actually. It's like, oh no, it's an imposter! It's an evil twin! You reported to the official Discord? Good to know. I'll keep an eye out for it. Like, if it pops up, I'll note it, but... Human Caravel from Behal Dick has come. Yep. They back again. And I manually assign these just so that I can add. Is that the grown one? It's also a grown one. This one isn't grown. What could I even sell them? Could just sell them an ammo bin. I don't really want to sell them gems, so I will sell them an ammo bin. Because I'm just making bone ammo right now. Oh, actually, what I should do... armor bin, ammo bin. Yeah, that's probably the route we're going. Then I'm just going to fly back down here real briefly. Because I just saw nest boxes, which means I should go down here. Unforbid this. Place a door. Well, there's no doors available, but... we'll do the nest boxes after trading. Gem windows do not need glass. No, because they use gems. They use 3 gems. Glass windows are an individual item that is made out of glass. But yeah, the names in this world are especially silly. But... This is also an Untamed Wilds map, so when shit starts to pop off, it's gonna pop off. So that's worth 5,000. Well, 5,000 for all of those bolts, which is kind of crazy, actually. Considering these are just rhino bone bolts, and it turns out rhinos have a lot of bones. Well, they brought dogs. I did ask them to bring me dogs, so I will buy the dogs. I would like to start war training some dogs. And I'm gonna buy the milk and the beer. I may actually buy some bags from them because I'm too lazy. Hey, look, they brought beans. Obviously, I have to buy those. Not gonna buy the empty, expensive bag, though. I'm also gonna buy some cloth. And some cloth. And some cloth. And some yarn and some cloth. Some fish and some other things, some of this. I am often too lazy to build backpacks, especially early game, so I'll buy some of those. I'll buy the cheap quiver. Still got a little bit more trading capacity. Buy 2 books. I'm gonna buy that bowl for aesthetics. And what else can I grab? Let's buy some more cloth bins, I think. Taters? What kind of dwarf would you like to name taters? Oh, that was quick. Calvirox. It makes me wonder how long they've had it. I always wonder about that stuff when stuff gets announced properly. Like, how long has that individual had it? Like, how long has Digital Foundry had it? I don't super care about what Linus Tech Tips has to say about it, but that's neat to know. What are the options? Basically beard or no beard, and then approximate task. Just don't be too specific, because I don't want to go through every single dwarf. So, like, I don't have any miners available. I don't have any stoneworkers, but I do have some crafts dwarves. I have some farmers. I have a peasant. I have a human maceman. I have some children. Whatever you'd like, really. I misclicked. What did I click on? It was just endless giant Kia assaults. Oh well. Is what it is. Foxelf. Dyeing does have quality, yes. Which is why you can get some pretty extremely valuable clothing now. Bearded crafts dwarf ideally, but beard is optional. How about a strand extractor? I have been thinking about trying to go for adamantine in this fort. And if I do, I want to make a strand extractor workshop early. This dwarf is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance. Sorry, I'm just going to clear my nose. Okay, I can sort of breathe again. He is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance, and he is very greedy and stubborn. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He could be considered rude, and he tends to think before acting. He is often cheerful, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He likes to take it easy, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He drums his fingers when he's thinking, and he lowers his eye when he's annoyed. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. It's like coming soon. Oh, really? Well, that's kind of funny. He personally finds introspection to be a waste of time, and he does not care about family. I mean, it was officially announced an hour and a half ago, so, like, give them some time, you know? to be a waste of time, and does not care about family one way or another, but dreams of mastering a skill. He likes silver and black zircon, as well as pigtail fabric and four-sided prisms, and scepters and black bombas for their aggression, and the sound of the intricate berry, and when possible, prefers to consume turnip wine and soft wheat seeds, and absolutely hates cave spiders. I gotcha. Calvirox. Thanks for the 5 bits, probably, Jody. He's married to the papermaker Meng. Of course, he's a member of the Hateful Communion at the Music of Beans, which is us. And looks like you're well-dressed in cave spider soap clothing. Welcome to the fort. And we've met. The broker meets with the head treasurer, Mong, and they say, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. We've added information to your world info. Thanks for the 95 bits. I'm just going to ask them to bring me, if I can, coal. Bring me coal. And they want blocks and rings. Sure. It's pretty easy. So this value is now high enough. So now we are working on more, like, finishing up the last of these bedrooms. And I need to make some more. And then I think next will be more taverns. Taters gets a bedroom. So I need, like, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-ish more? There's a lot of really funny names in this world, let me tell you. A lot of really funny names. Let's just have some alternative pathways around. So that's one. Oh yeah. Happy forting indeed. ADJ, how's your day been? I mean, this fort's certainly happier currently than my last one was, so happy forting, yes. Fact. Last fort was not very happy by the end of it, but wasn't really the goal of the fort, to be fair. I think I'm actually just going to get rid of that. It's a little bit too fugly. I don't know, chat, how do you guys feel about the Steam machines coming back? I've been saying for a while I hope they bring them back. So I'm actually kind of stoked, because that is like exactly the form factor that I want from that type of device. So it feels like... Because I've been humming and hawing about maybe buying a Steam Deck for a while. But I want the, like, console-ish form factor. So I'm, like, kind of stoked, actually. Like, I'm super keen on this as a product. Forgot Steam Machine was a thing. Well, to be fair, they weren't really, and they were briefly, and then they weren't, and they stopped being a thing at all in, like, 2016. So Steam this morning announced that they're making them again. They've brought them back. So... yeah. They didn't really make sense back then, though, because, like, they were just running Windows, right? And Windows has never really performed well as, like, a set-top box device. Just as an OS. I mean, I guess I could just say Windows has never performed well, but that's kind of not true. At the time, Windows was, like, Were those not Alienwares? I Buy Power made one. Alienware made one. There was a few different brands that was making them, yeah. But they were like exclusively third party, and it, like that's where this like Steam controller came from originally, if I remember correctly. We also need to start making armor. That's the other thing we got to do. All right, we are about to be in an ad break in about 20 seconds, so I'm gonna go use the toilet. Steam controller's best Valve hardware. I used one once at PAX, and I feel like it's the sort of thing that I would need to use a bit to get used to, but it seemed okay. I need to go use the toilet, so I will be right back. I will pause the game while the ads are running. Yeah, I don't know. Entertain yourselves, I'll be right back.
Cheese for everyone!
Over here, he has a sword!
It's a Unix system. I know this.
All right, ads are still running. Here we go. Okay, chat, time to be weird. And not nearly weird enough. As the GameCube, it's just too perfect. Someone should make, like, because they have, like, those front panels, right? Someone should make a GameCube front panel for it. He's back scattered. Run! We are still in an ad break, so I will leave it paused. Also, I do have to say a real quick thank you to the 248 of you here on Twitch and the 156 on YouTube. On top of that, I do want to remind everybody that this is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living because people throw subs at me and chuck bits at me and use super chats and fund my blog. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do this in the format that I do. So you guys are keeping me as far away from like HelloFresh as possible, which I very much appreciate. So if you want to help keep this channel running in the way that it does, if you happen to have a Prime sub available, think about me. Or just, I don't know, watch both platforms, leave a like on the YouTube stream, and share it around to your friends. Because that also helps. Don't do anything you can't afford, but... You're top. I know a lot of people chat in the Twitch chat, but watch the YouTube stream, which, honestly, I do that on channels that stream on both if I'm watching on my TV, because my TV doesn't have a way to watch Twitch in a reasonable format. I think I'm just straight up out of sandstone. I'm starting to think that, anyway. Where was the sandstone, anyway? There's petrified wood over there. Oh, sandstone's like really far down, isn't it? Okay, so it was the aquifer layers that were sandstone? I guess so. Okay, well, I'm gonna swap those here. Oh, I can't change the stone type. Sand, rock, statue. We'll just make them out of petrified wood instead. Stone, petrified wood. Make 4 of them. of... We'll try that instead. See how that goes. And I also need at least one miner who's just specifically mining. So I'm gonna get stone on that. Because right now stone is hauling stuff, and frankly I just need somebody mining, so just go dig it. Hit play pause, Thy Tubby Lord. If the streams get desynced on your end, then it'll come through a little staticky. Because you're getting two different streams on Twitch. You're getting one that's audio and one that's video. Which is why you can do audio-only streams. You miss when petrified wood was a really unique color? Yeah, but we have more variety of color in general now. Which honestly, for me, is more than enough. But I do get it. Let's go up to here. What are the pros and cons of playing the tutorial and keeping that particular fortress alive? Is it too easy? You're still new? So the tutorial is hilarious and kind of a meme. Not that it's bad, but it is hilarious. The tutorial tries to find an area that is as safe as possible within some certain parameters. So it's sort of, in a way, like just getting a bit more of a guide that plops you somewhere that may or may not be easy, may or may not be convenient, and may or may not even be a good place to play. But it needs to have certain things available in the map in order for the tutorial itself to function and be able to go through all of the steps that it needs to. So, like, there are many experiences that people have had where, like, they play the tutorial in Dwarf Fort, and they get settled somewhere, and then immediately invaded and destroyed before the tutorial is half done. Which is kind of incredible, if you ask me. But it's just a fort, right? So, like, once you finish the tutorial, it's just a fort. So if you like the area, keep playing. Otherwise, like, you can retire it and start a new fort elsewhere in the world. And some of those dwarves will migrate there. You could be a little bit more specific about where you settle. I know some people use it as, like, a random site selector. It's just hit the tutorial, and then you'll just get placed somewhere, which is kind of neat in its own weird way. Yeah, that's all it really is it's like a site. It just gives you a site that the game deems as playable-ish. Killed in the tutorial. Yep. I mean, I've been killed in the tutorial of many video games. Huh. Certainly no out of... let's actually do doors at 2. Blocks will also do it too. Better than throwing darts at your monitor? I am of the opinion that Dwarf Fortress really needs a random sight button anyway. And that I think that would be really neat. Like, I kind of just wish that was a feature. But it's not. Use an embark profile you got off Reddit. Yeah, but that's not the same thing, though. Embark profiles are just like, allows you to skip the prepare carefully stage. The tutorial, like, also selects a starting location. Like, the tutorial does, like, that, but one step further. I mean, then it's not truly a random site, but sure. But yeah, that's basically all the tutorial is it selects a site and then gives you, like, the prompts on the UI. Dwarves don't move slowly, and you have fuck tons of space, so you don't really need to be space efficient. Like, all of my workshops are pretty space efficient. But, like, the actual fortress itself, I like wider hallways, even though it's, like, a little bit harder on the CPU. Because I have a pretty fat CPU in my game. My computer has no trouble running this game. So that's not really an issue for me. And, yeah, it's not space inefficient necessarily. Songs of Six? I play Songs of Six once or twice a year. I like it. I have several hundred hours in it. It doesn't grab me or keep me playing as long as Dwarf Fortress does. Mostly because I really hate the combat in it. It just doesn't feel good. And there are some, like, weird balance problems that I have with that game. I think the next time I play it, I'm just going to turn the combat off entirely, because the last couple times I've played it, I've gotten to the point where, like, the game wants me, where the game just starts rating me because it wants me to participate in mechanics I don't enjoy, and there isn't a way around that, which I find really demoralizing, I guess. Like, it makes me not want to play the game. But I like Songs of Six. I think it's a very interesting, unique game. My favorite thing about Songs of Six, though, is that the developer of Songs of Six had never heard of RimWorld and had never heard of Dwarf Fortress until his audience started claiming that his game was inspired by RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress. Which, like, that is maybe my favorite thing about Songs of Six, is that, like, guy made video game, people were like, oh, this game's inspired by Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld, and developer goes, what the fuck's that? That's maybe my favorite factoid about that game. What, your game being compared to something else? Foxloaf? I mean, like, I spoke with the developer of Songs of Six, like, 4 or 5 years ago on my YouTube channel, and uploaded the video as an interview, and edited it down a little bit. And he states in that video that his inspirations for that game was Pharaoh and Rome Total War, and Myth, which were his favorite games he'd ever played. Pharaoh, Rome Total War, and Myth, his 3 favorite games. And he hadn't played many games outside of those. Like, he'd played a couple RPGs, mostly stuff on Mac. And so when he started developing a game, he's like, I just wanted to make, like, an endlessly replayable version of Rome Total War, Myth, and Pharaoh so that I didn't need to play those games anymore. Which I think is really funny. And just, like, I guess great minds think alike or something, but, like, happenstanced his way into making a building system that was very similar to RimWorld, because, like, you know, it makes logical sense. Or, like, Prison Architect as well. And then, like, has some of the combat and overworld stuff from Myth and Total War. Like, I kind of see it. It makes sense to me, but it's really funny. We get another migrant wave. Okay, yeah, we really need a military now. Okay, so the last migrant wave was like 22, 23 dwarves. Wonder what we get on this one. Whew, you are a skilled doctor. Holy shit. When was this? Benedrix. That game had one of the weirdest issues I've ever had with a video game. Benedrix. When it first released on Steam, when you moved the throne, OBS would crash. And it was 100% repeatable. It did not matter if you were streaming or not, but if you had OBS running and you placed or moved the throne, OBS would crash. It was genuinely one of the weirdest bugs I've ever encountered in a game. And it was funny because initially I thought it was just me. I wasn't on Linux at this point either. Initially I thought it was just me. And then I went and looked at streams of it that like 5 other people had done, and every single person, when they placed the throne at the beginning of their set, there's a break in the VOD. It was genuinely one of the weirdest things I've ever encountered in a game. There's a Steam post called about, so did it have it, or was it just Windows Defender being a lunatic? Happy to help. I'm just gonna call you creator because I don't know how to say. Are you wave creator? I guess it could be wave creator. Like Rimworld and Dwarf Fortress and just turn-based games in general, and how the hell could anyone play this? And boy, was I upon you. I stumbled upon your videos and threw down the rabbit hole of mental fireworks, and so thank you. Well, congratulations. You don't need to buy very many video games anymore. Okay, so that pushed me up to 42 dwarves. That wasn't as big as I was expecting. Well, good thing I'm already in the progress of making more bedrooms. I guess the next priority is get military up and running. That would be the next priority. Up to there, and over to there. Well, I mean, I know that, like, Songs of Six uses a really weird, like, library. Like, that game runs in Java, which isn't the weirdest game thing for a game to run in, but it's certainly not something you see all the time. So, like, just from that perspective, it kind of actually doesn't surprise me all that much that Windows Defender would go nuts. But I don't know. I use Linux, so I wouldn't have that issue, I guess, if it's Windows Defender specific. But yeah, Windows Defender shitting the bed is not super abnormal. Yep. Yeah, no, I absolutely did. In fact, there's a thing that's happening where I'm going to do a little bit of promotion for that soundtrack, and they're sending me some copies to give away, which is going to be interesting. Short Caveman. But yeah. Am I going to buy it? No, because they're going to send it to me. Would I have bought it? Maybe. Believe it or not, the gatefold on the inside is actually a screenshot of one of my forts. So it's something I've been, like, not involved in, but I sent half a dozen screenshots over to them because they needed some ASCII screenshots. Rainbow Kitty, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. Appreciate you. Helping me hit that daily minimum, which we are ways off of so far today. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping me keep the bills paid. I also should mention that I have the original soundtrack, which I also didn't purchase. It was also sent to me. It's very rare that I get merch sent to me, but it turns out if I play a game a lot and there's a soundtrack getting made, I often get offers to get the soundtrack. I think I'm just going to make this into a dormitory. Just purely because that makes sense to have in a fort like this as it expands. Is your favorite soundtrack? It's so good. It's certainly up there with, like, Into the Breach and a few other games for me. Although, honestly, I'm sorry to betray the Dwarf Fortress universe, but it's not my favorite soundtrack of all time. That's the original Deus Ex. What's up, Carbots? Lost Zergling. Great username. I appreciate that one. A giant wild boar hoof statue. That is a thing to desire. Okay, so let's go pen pasture right here. Say hen. And 2 roosters. Let's also put the peahen and the peacock in there. I'm gonna go into here and I'm gonna go to farming and I'm gonna go nest box. Make 2 different nest boxes. I'm going to put a door on this, and then I'm going to lock it. You're going to need to be a little bit more clear in what you mean by weird dwarves. If you just mean a dwarf, yeah, I got plenty of dwarves, but what do you mean by weird dwarves? You're going to have to give me a little bit more, you're going to have to elaborate on that statement a little bit. You cannot tame troglodytes. Did your message come through? Yep, I just hadn't read it out loud, but yes, I did see it, so happy to help, mate. Grim Fandango did have a banger of a soundtrack, but that's not one that I go back to a lot. At least, not me, personally. Dang it. You claimed the blue peahen. Well, hopefully they lay eggs at some point. How big is my vinyl collection? I haven't counted in a really long time. But it's also weird because it's split into 2 collections. I have one that's just video game soundtracks, which I play on stream, and one that's like my personal music. I do have a link to my Discogs, but it's like several years out of date, which is beneath the stream if you want to go look for it. I don't know. Last time I counted, which was a couple years ago, it was around 150, but I also have about 60 cassettes and a few dozen CDs as well, so not small, not giant. It's not going to get much bigger than that, though. You know, they've been talking about maybe doing Steam achievements for a long time. I personally do not care in the slightest about Steam achievements, so maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I don't think it's a huge priority. Is fairly frustrating. I usually just put them all into one cage on the surface like this and slowly stack them up. Slowly. And then eventually just excuse me, attach it to a lever and then release them all simultaneously. Then release them all simultaneously when there is a siege. I mean, I saw the articles, Emily, unless you're talking about something else. Not caged animals, but you could release animals and train any soldiers with that. You could just, like, put a pen pasture in the middle of your barracks and then just assign them all to that. And they'll just cut them up and get some training and scar everybody, and it'll be a good time and nobody will like it. But Family Noir, you gotta... Okay, so Family Noir. This is the list of dwarves. I will scroll down slowly. Select one, please. That's all I got. Your requests are not something that I'm going to really humor too much, so just pick somebody from the list. Or don't. Otherwise, I could just give you a rooster or something and call it Weird Dwarf. Pump operator? All right. He never becomes angry and presents himself modestly. He frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He prefers to let everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and he tends to think before acting. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he thinks that he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and he has little interest in joking around, and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He often is cheerful, and he isn't particularly ambitious. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he personally values tradition, sees competition as reasonably important, finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and dreams of creating a great work of art. It certainly would be weird for a rooster to be a dwarf, yes. Unless, I guess, you can get dwarf roosters, can't you? Like, dwarf is like a type of chicken. So I presume you could get a dwarf rooster? Or maybe I'm thinking of bantam roosters. Definitely thinking of bantam roosters. Anyway, likes garnerite, as well as iron and clear tourmaline in the color vermilion, and tetrahedra, bolts, bucklers, and weapon racks, and giant kestrels for their coloration, and the word of the sparkle of scribing, and the sound of the flowery skirts, and the sight of the wispy style, and when possible prefers to consume clown loach, and rhubarbs, and banana beer, and hates bats. And he's got a pet keet, and is a member of the Blameless Doctrine, who also worships that god of charity, generosity, and awful things, like torture. This dwarven faction definitely has, like, the are we the baddies energy. Okay, how many more? Oops, that's not the button I wanted. All right, well, let's make a handful more bedrooms, and then we should be good to go. And Mass, you know, Mass Morass, I always kind of roll your name together into one word, but when I hear other people read usernames, sometimes it makes me question reality and think I'm an idiot. And hearing Liberate the Forks read your name out the other day now makes me question how I read your name and makes me think I'm reading it wrong. So, true story, there was a person who watched my stream who hasn't come by in a very long time, and they also changed their username since. They used to be called Freaky Fried. Fried. And for the entirety of the time that they watched my stream, I called them Freakified. Sorry, no, I have this backwards. Their name was Freakified, and I called them Freaky Fried, like Fried. Like my brain inserted an R into their name, and they never once mentioned it until I rated somebody else, and they read their name correctly, and I felt like an idiot for the next, like, month. They were like, yeah, and I just never wanted to say anything. Yeah, I want to say bantam roosters have fluffy feet. They look like they're wearing, like, stripper boots. You know, boots with the fur. Yeah, you can within reason. Although, if you've already named one thing, I tend to start saying, like, hey, maybe let some other people redeem it. So, like, if you name something and then name it Brad Pitt and then name something else and go for Angelina Jolie 25 minutes later, maybe let somebody else go first. Like, just, I don't know, be reasonable with the number of it. But yeah, you can, within reason, name whatever you want. Although, like, I'm not going to let you name my king after an American president, as an example. He'll redeem the manager as Michael Scott. Oh boy. Moses Regathag, the doctor, has been taken by a Fey mood. Wonder what that could be. What'd you claim? Craftsdorf shop, of course. I should have guessed that one. Sweet, you go grab him. I'm just gonna go stab myself with a needle. I will be back in before this is done, most likely. Also looks like an ad's about to start. I should have waited 5 minutes. Oh well. Have I built the tavern yet? Nope. No, I have not. Just trying to get caught up on bedrooms first, which is the higher priority at the moment. Just gonna do this until the ads start, and then I will pause the game until the ads are done. Claim the tavern barkeep. I almost never actually assign one, but I guess I could. I should have also cleared my nose again. Bloody head cold. For whatever it's worth, basically all the symptoms are gone now except for the running nose. Feels like it's running a marathon, frankly. Let's see if this gets me all caught up on bedrooms. Yep. Child 1. Child 2. Child 3. Excellent. See, like, I don't want something that's more powerful than my current PC under the brim. I just want a PC that goes under my TV that's powerful enough to play, like, lower end games and also act as a console, basically. Like, I don't need it to be more powerful than my current PC. I don't want it to replace my PC. I want one to just run my TV, basically. Like a more powerful, like, Apple TV, basically. I think actually day 1 of this was the worst of it. Thinking about switching to Linux? Do it. Do it. Do. See, here's the thing. Steam Link is not a good option. I have that right now, right? I use a PC that's plugged into the TV, and that PC is from 2012, and yes, it can play games, but it is not a good option because that is my only option on that computer, because that computer is from 2012 and doesn't have any onboard graphics or a graphics card in it. So no, it's not a good option, because I want a standalone PC that can play games in that format, that runs like SteamOS. So I have 2 options, right? I could build a new computer and install Bazite on it, because that computer is not even remotely compatible with Bazite. Or I could just keep using that Steam Link. Or I could buy a Steam machine. So whenever the PC price is announced or whenever the price for the Steam machine is announced, sure. But no, Steam Link is not a good option because, like, if I want to play Tetris, the 0.5 seconds of delay is enough that it's too, like, unplayable. Try no bar. Also doesn't work. It's not compatible. Requires higher spec than that computer has. Trust me. Trust me. It's currently running a Manjaro, actually. You're currently on day 4 of nicotine withdrawal. I'm very proud of you. You can do it. Anything specifically to avoid as a DF player? What, like Linux distro-wise? No? not for DF specifically. HW? Okay, got it. I feel like this is definitely a secret code that we have to write down for later. I'm sure it'll be on the test. You know, Nox, there was a time where one of my mods, Stoned Hobo, was in my chat. And he works in a grocery store. And before he realized, he accidentally inputted 5 different codes for different products that he was just, like, entering into a database. Just like barcode numbers. And was just, like, typing those into my chat. Like 4 or 5 deep before he realized he was typing in the wrong screen. You dropped your phone on your face? Oh no, hopefully your face is okay. So I'm trying to decide where to put the tavern. I'm thinking, like, right here. That or up here. What do you think, chat? To the right or up? Good luck, Nico Harper. Okay, so option 1. Try to make a 1. Sort of works. Or option 2. I don't know what okay, option 2, option 1. I can't draw a 2 that quickly. There, that's where I was. I mean, the easier way actually to do it would be or ISBN's into chat. That's unfortunate whenever I hear that work bans Twitch. That always sucks. Actually, Ilmirin, I was meaning to like forward an article to you because I read a lot of 404 Media. And they're doing a bunch of reporting regarding like librarians dealing with AI books in libraries. And I've meant to like forward those to you a couple times and then just like completely spaced on it. You typed your password into chat once? That's pretty funny. Basically asking like a paid for version of a LLM to write a book and then like selling it to a library, basically. It almost looks like a whale, you know, just like it kind of looks like a whale. It's like, well, maybe not with this now, but. We just had folks who were uploading on network and killing the bandwidth. Oh, that sucks. Oh no, that does make sense though, in regards to like, you know, streaming video services and stuff. You're stealing company time right now? I mean, presuming it's like not gonna cause people to die. Like, you know, if you're like an ER nurse or something, maybe don't watch Twitch while you're working. But you know, if like you work for like something that's like, you know, non-life critical for people, then yeah, I'm fully in support of you watching me on company time. Mulrat Tavern? I don't know what I kind of wanted to do like a circular tavern and then have like an additional entrance over here maybe. Like this. Something like that. A Wienermobile. Well, then it would need, like, wheel holes. You know? Something like that. Now it's a Wienermobile. I could just make it more circular. And being a sysadmin, yeah, no, that honestly, like, sysadmins for a hot minute there were, like, 30% of my chat. Especially during the pandemic. It's like, everybody was either, like, a sysadmin or some sort of office worker who was working from home. Where it, like, was non-mission critical at all times. Now it kind of looks like an Among Us guy being stealthy and, like, crawling. Are you saying that you were 30% of my chat, or you were one of the 30% of my chat? Is kind of sus, not gonna lie. The other thing I could do is I could extend this, because I really want a large tavern, right? I want to see people sing. Is I could extend this, and I could do something that I love doing but don't do often enough. However, this may actually be a bad idea for this fortress. I was gonna say I could make it into a tavern, but also Huh. I was gonna say I can make it into a tavern that's on the side also a barracks, but that's probably not a good idea because my soldiers are gonna end up above ground. So I should probably make the barracks above ground. Maybe I could do a tavern and library. Do it anyway? But that's a bit. The whole reason I say it's a bad idea is so I don't do it. Pro tip, Rainbow Kitty, just watch my YouTube videos and you won't get any of that. Although YouTube is upscaling my videos, which bugs me. Just make another squad for the bar. True. I guess we could have the in squad and the out squad. It's not a bad idea. Now it just kind of looks like a funky car. I was going to do like food storage and slash kitchens back there and then move it from there to up here. What, like the tavern mod squad? The bouncer squad or whatever? Did Brim even survive? No, you did. You are attending a meeting. You've been happier. You're not actually a military dwarf just yet because, well, I haven't actually got you training yet. The doctor, Moses, has created Theralethador, Dims Has Lanzil, a rock salt ring, and offers it to the music of beans. This is a rock salt ring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with bands of oval rock salt cabochons and oval sylvite cabochons and donkey leather and rhinoceros bone. And I'm going to assign that to... I don't have a mayor yet. Maybe to the broker. The broker's ring. No, it wasn't you that died. It was Bioactive who died. Bioactive died like less than 5 minutes into the fort. It was like we unpaused the game and Bioactive died, basically. Oh, I've got evil people visiting. Well, rather, there's a lieutenant visiting. Or visited and left. I don't seem to be able to stop visitors anymore, which kind of bugs me. Like, actually, it kind of bothers me. Nope, don't use iron bars for that. Like, I don't know if it's a bug or not, but, like... Ever since the Siege update came out, I haven't been able to restrict visitors. Yes, you could. You just simply would go into all of your zones, like this one, and set it to citizens and long-term residents only. But I'm still getting visitors without doing that. So, like, this is now... I had it public up until I clicked that button just now. But this... I've been getting visitors since the beginning with that restriction on. Started happening in War Machine, yes. So, like, something's changed, either intentional or unintentional. Will there be a fountain in the tavern? I don't think I've ever built a fountain in the tavern, but I could think of something, maybe. I mean, where's the aquifer? The aquifer is, like, right here. Nope. No, I used to never get, like, visitors at all, period. So, to me, it's a little bit weird. Maybe a little bit more than a little bit, but it's weird. The temple? You want me to name it the Hallmark Store? Unless, do you want me to put the word store there as well? Or just Hallmark? Are you asking if I tamed a rhino, Vivi? I mean, I've trained several, but I've been eating them and slaughtering them. Or trading them. I'm not, like, taming them and raising them. No interest in doing that, but I've been eating them periodically, like this one. But we got plenty of meat at the moment, so. That was not a dining hall. That is a dining hall zone that is a temple. You're telling me that's a dining hall. Nope, it's a temple. They asked for a temple, so I gave them a temple. Maybe about visitors? It's possible. Tarn may have also just, like, changed how visitors work so that they can still enter the map. But, like, the thing is, when things like this change that are pretty historically fundamental to how the game works, it's usually like a 50-50 chance that Tarn did it intentionally and is laughing at us, or Tarn didn't do it intentionally and goes, oh shit, when he realizes that he broke it. And there's, like, never any in between there. So it's either a, he did it intentionally and hasn't noticed yet, or didn't do it intentionally and is going to go, oh shit, when he realizes. It's always one of the two. So we'll find out at some point. Sure. They could be new scouts. Yeah, like, they may have just made visitors harder to avoid on, like, for this update, but who knows? Who knows? Actually, nope, don't do that. Yeah, just don't do the top. Also, I hear fighting, so that's not good. Dog is fighting with a rhino. Great. Actually, speaking of dogs, let's more train them. Maybe hunting train some of them? Let's do 2 more rock statues. Let's actually just do 6. And just specify stone. Sandstone, I guess. And I've got a demand, which is they need a craft store skill. Great. It is so annoying. I mean, it's fine if, like, you're intending for it to happen, but yeah, it can be annoying if you don't want it to happen. Are those coffins filled by the 4 dwarves that died in the random village goblin? Yes, Vivi. That is what is in that room back there. Do I have a fort that I am most proud of? Not really. Outside of maybe like forts that I've made videos out of, not really. I mean, I think like the most basic level, if I have a fort that I'm the most proud of, it's probably like the worst biome fort, but that's just because like of how much reach it's got. But that's more of me being proud of the video I made out of it, not so much the fort itself. Water Lungs is probably up there because I did so much cool shit in that fort. Fire Orb is very memorable for me. Probably Fire Orb because I did make a giant sphere of glass and filled it up with demons. Buildings were all built around a hexagonal grid. I wonder if I saw a screenshot of that one because that sounds very familiar. I feel like I've seen a fort that looked like that. Also, Dr. Didact, thank you very much for the Prime sub 4 minutes ago, by the way. Appreciate you. What are we doing? I'm building a temple with a fountain, because Chad asked for a fountain, so I'm building a aquifer fountain. And you right here, let's just make charcoal. Just make 25 charcoal when the amount of refined coal is below 15 and the amount of logs is above 15, so you don't cancel. Because we're gonna start running out of this pretty soon, because I've only got, what, like a handful of coal left? Well, okay, there's still some more in the bin, but... Kenton, thanks for the first gift subs of the stream. Appreciate you, man. Helping us work towards that daily minimum. Means a lot, mate. Dwarves only take baths at wells, yes. Do I ever use clay in my forts? If there's clay in the fort. The last fort had clay and I used the clay. But only if there's clay do I use clay. So I can't do it in all of my forts because not all of my forts have access to clay. That is a thing that is there sometimes, but not all of the time. Great. This is the other thing I need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's like 7 I think I need, but we'll just make 10. Except you can be... Make them red. For a fellowship to worship a specific god, do I dedicate the temple or to the specific god? If it'll be like the name of the religion, you have to dedicate it to that religion. So like this is one that I did, and it was for the Hateful Communion, and so I had to make it for the Hateful Communion. Not just the god, the Hateful Communion specifically. Be like if like Roman Catholics wanted a Roman Catholic church and instead you gave them like a non-denominational, like, Baptist church. That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Nil Diamond is my manager, so probably not going to perform in the tavern. For my haters? I don't really get haters, so I don't know what you mean by my haters. I mean, sure, everybody does. It's part of the industry. But, like, you know. Yes and no, I suppose? Why you know... There you go. Just gonna make some generic rock statues instead of specifically sandstone ones. also screwed this up and got rid of this while I was clicking around. Did. 20. 15. 25. Make 20. We'll just lower the numbers slightly. But let's just start building this. It's very quick to run out of borax. Let's also just increase the number of blocks that we do. So let's do 150. And I'm also just going to erase this, erase that. Fill that up in there. Back to work and not hearing the stream. C'est la vie. What's up, Lucas? Hope you're doing well. And dunk themselves into the water at the bottom? I mean, I've always imagined that they brought the water up in a bucket and then poured it on themselves, but I mean, that's definitely a different interpretation that I hadn't considered. Not that I'm aware of. Well, I mean, the starting 7 all had some skills in music, so at least 4. But do I have a specific musician dwarf? Not that I'm currently aware of. The reason I'm putting statues on this is because statues cause more mist to appear when it falls. Gotta get all these rocks out of here. Actually, just gonna throw a dump zone right there and just go down here and go chuck all these, chuck those, chuck those. And then right next to that, I will put the other statue, which can go right there. Now that it'll have an alternating color pattern instead of all being one color pattern. I mean, it's got nothing to do with the moss. I just want the water to splash everywhere. I mean, if I put the statues here first, then there wouldn't be any mud, but it's kind of not the same thing as moss. Look at me being all fancy with naturally occurring. Mist generators. We're using organic mist for this fort. Happy, moist, drunken dwarves? I mean, I presume that it's very dusty and stuffy in dwarven forts. So it's kind of like, you know, standing in a mist sprayer in the summer. They used to always have those at the air show close to where I grew up. Oh. Well, that's all the ones I told them to make. Rock. Great. We're still melting metal objects, amongst other things. I'm going to tell you to stop smelting ore and just type in bars and see what we're at. We've got 40 steel. All right, so let's do some steel gear. Let's do steel. I'm thinking spears. Let's do steel shields. And steel helm. And steel breastplates. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's, all right, no, 1, 2, 3, 4 items. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't protect their feet, but let's also do another round of pig iron. And another round of... Actually, didn't I queue those up? Make steel bars. Yep. So I just need to make more pig iron. Yes. Okay, so let's just do 30 pig iron. Without it melting? Yep, but you have to be far enough north or far enough south, but depending on where the poles are. My dwarven faction has arrived because it is time to trade. I do have a rhino. We're going to sell him that rhino. Assuming they can carry enough weight. If they can't, then, well, oh well. Because there's a very real chance it's just too heavy. Bring the finished goods bin. Bring the finished goods bin. Bring the finished goods bin, and I'll just pick up the things I want to sell. Same with you. And same with you. I'm in an ad, so I'll pause. No wagon? We have 42 dwarves and no baron? You don't get a wagon until you have a baron. What have you been smoking, Necrontier? I mean, I needed more. Old versions? But you watch me play this version. What? Like, almost every day. You should know this. No, those rhino steaks are a delicacy saved for us. Yeah, see, we're making those, but I'm making more. Yeah, see, because we ran out of rock crates, so I queued those up. I don't really know what you're saying, I guess. I mean, pro tip for the future, look at the population. I don't even have a mayor yet, man. I guess I'm surprised that people are still surprised that you get, like, traders without wagons. Also, we traded with humans today, and they also didn't bring wagons. The tile depth ranges from 23 to 129. Your first cavern layer is at number 8, and the second and third are at 112. Oh, wow, that's pretty deep. That is pretty deep. Did you buy clothes from the merchants because you can't be bothered for making clothes? I love, like, making clothes in Dwarf. It's a fun system for me. I enjoy the system. I should also make that craft store skilled. God damn it. So I don't have any guilds just yet. Just going to start digging out this. Make this into a craft store skilled. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Unless I decide to move it. Do it that way. Back to lurking. Lurk and work. You do what you gotta do, man. Thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. I mean, currently, I have a daily minimum, which helps me hit minimum wage if I stream for 8 hours, and we hit it yesterday, but we're about halfway there, actually. About halfway there. And considering we're just under halfway through the stream, that's pretty good odds. And Ugo Kug would like you to post some beers. So please post some beers. For our previous mayor. I really like building above ground forts as well. I mean, I've built entirely above ground forts. The only time I would say it's like a bad idea per se is if like... How do I put this? The only time I would say it's a bad idea, like directly, is if you are playing in an Untamed Wilds biome and you're not ready for it. That's about it. I really like above ground forts. Especially with like the conveniences for building above ground forts. Like they're super easy to quickly build now compared to what they were. What are the risks of this fort getting sieged? The biggest risk would be them trying to dig through this and into my tavern, but I've kind of done that intentionally. I'm kind of, well, not quite, but I'm starting to think about like different ways that I could tempt them into the fortress that'll make them vulnerable. Because I'm kind of hoping that that would be in range of these, which I'm pretty sure it would be. But I'm also going to build more battlements probably down here on this layer. Like more of these guys. I mean, I generally just don't do primarily above ground forts and Untamed Wilds. Although, I do really want to know what it's going to be like to play above ground forts now that this update is out. Like, how different is it going to be? Is it going to be noticeably different, or is it going to be similar things that you're going to have to deal with and build around? I'm really curious to see what that ends up looking like. They meet with the Outpost Liaison. There's much to share, and I'm going to request coal, speaking of. I mean, I've had some very successful purely above ground forts over the years. It's lignite I was going for, right? They want armor and crutches. Sell some of those goblets, maybe not too many of them. Sell the parts. I think I'll keep the actual instruments themselves. Gonna need to make crutches and stuff for a hospital, which I should probably get up and running soon. Mostly just selling trousers and shirts and such. It's better than keeping it down. Thank you very much for the 16 months, Alan. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Also gonna keep that bowl. Don't need those. Don't need those. Don't need those. Can just sell all these. Which gives us 2,931 value to trade with. Yeah, they didn't bring much value that's useful to me. I will buy these rocks just to free up some weight for them. So buy that llama and just slaughter it. I don't want the bee venom or the spider venom, but I'll take the milk. Buy the steel mail shirt. Military can use that. Buy the book called The Goblin. The Goblin indeed. Buy some fruits. Amongst other things. And, okay, spider silk. Some cloth. It's bunty. Don't need to worry about anything else. We'll just call it done for trading. Zombie Fidel Castro. Good username. Thumbs up. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Zombie Fidel Castro? Subscribing with Prime. It's very funny. Very funny. Any tips on how to try to force sieges? Demand tribute from goblins. They will just attack you then. Otherwise, you won't get sieges until you have a population of 80. Unless you change your settings. And even then, you still need to be close-ish to them for them to notice. But if you want them to spot you and attack you, just demand tribute. Make a squad and demand tribute. Or yeah, raiding them works as well. But demanding tribute is not going to kill your dwarf. Like, all your dwarves are guaranteed to come back if you just demand tribute. Or demand that they surrender. Which would be really funny if that worked. Future barkeepies, please. I don't make barkeeps! For fuck's sake. I've stated this multiple times today. I don't assign tavern keepers. But you're the third person today to be like, I want the barkeep. It's like, I don't assign barkeeps because they're dangerous. Christ. What do y'all want from me? What do you want from me? Those are fun. Herman Berman. Library dwarf? I don't have a library. Pick one. Jokes aside, though, I will assign one barkeep. So I will give you a barkeep if you fucking insist. But I don't have a library. I'm building my first tavern right now, so. But like, what? Actually, here's what I could do. Thunk, library, delete. Actually, no, wait, hold up. I need to have that for a second. Library, scholar, pick one. And then I'll delete it, because I will make a library, and I will have scholars once I make a library. But, like, taverns work without barkeeps? Yes, that's a stupid question. What barkeeps do is they serve alcohol to anybody who's in the tavern if there are goblets or cups in a chest in the tavern. Now, this is fine, but what it does do is it allows dwarves to overdrink. Dwarves won't overdrink on their own. They will only overdrink if there's someone serving them drinks. And if they overdrink, then they have a pretty high chance of starting fights, and that's how you get tavern brawls, where like half of your fort is suddenly fist fighting because they get drunk and then they brawl, which satisfies some moods. So on paper, in some ways, it's a good thing, but it usually also ends with like a quarter of your fort getting maimed and the rest, and 10% of them dying, and like your hospital being overloaded for a season. And I don't like dealing with it. So. That's all. But the King of Pudding is buffeted by others' emotions and can't help but respond to them. He has dour as a rule, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and he feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. He does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, and he works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He tends to be passive in discussions, and he generally acts impartially. He's also rarely moved to mercy and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. And he has an active... My phone's going off. And he has an active sense of humor. Where was I? He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and is not particularly, does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He tends to be passive in discussions, generally acts impartially, and is rarely moved to mercy. And he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he does not easily hate or develop negative sentiments. He does not easily, hate or develop negative feelings, and he has a active sense of humor. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he, is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He chews his cheek when he's angry, and he stiffens up when he's surprised. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. For anybody who's wondering why this fortress is progressing so slowly, it's because I didn't get a migrant wave for a year. So, like, I had 2 migrant waves right off the bat, and then no migrants for the next year. So the population has, like, doubled in, like, the last 6 months of in-game time. Or more than that. We went from 17 dwarves, to 36 dwarves to 42 dwarves. So more than doubled. So I'm like just trying, and like because we had so few dwarves in the fort, and 2 of them were monster hunters and weren't even doing any tasks, I was like just scraping by trying to do the bare minimum to like expand without like overworking them to the point where nothing would get done. So I don't have a tavern. I just have a temple. I'm currently I was running on a skeleton crew, and now I'm like trying to expand really quickly, and I don't want to overwork them. So 9 dwarves and suddenly 35. Yeah, so like that's kind of where we're at right now. So currently I'm trying to build a tavern. Then I'll think about a library. I'm not going to sign a tavern keeper. Stop asking. Yeah, one thing at a time. Also, I have to make a crafts dwarfs guild, so like I got to do that as well. Anyway, personally sees power over others as something to strive for, sees introspection as important, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, doesn't care about art one way or another, and dreams of ruling the world. Ah. He likes bismuth, as well as pig iron, and wood opal in the color crystal glass, yak leather, iron, and lion tamarind bone, and cave spider silk, bolts, leggings, and alpacas for their wool, and the gigantic pandas for their lazy nature. In the sight of the wispy style, Impossible prefers to consume char, parsnip plants, and pomegranate wine, and absolutely hates hamsters. Has a huge family, too. Holy shit. His nephew is my fishery worker, and his lover's Volteg, the weaver. They do like you, bismuth. I mean, my bedrooms are still complete. Ilmarin. Usually build a hospital right next to it for ease of cases. Yeah, no, I don't think that the tavern brawls are worth it. The only time that you'll see me assigning a tavern keeper is if I have a large population that refuses to drink. So like if I have a large population of zombies, or if I have a large population of like vampires or something, then you'll see me assigning those. Otherwise, like I try my damnedest to avoid them at kind of all costs, because it is not worth the injuries that can't be fixed. The day that those injuries can be fixed, you'll see me doing more of those, like more tavern keeps. But the fact that like we have no way to, you know, fix a broken like spine, right? Like if a dwarf loses their spine and they're just dead, like that's just really bad, kind of on all counts for the fort as a whole and just, you know, in general. I will approve the Crafts Dwarfs Guild so that I can put it there. But let's just keep working on this up here. So if you promised a temple to a religion and you go to the temple thing and you scroll down, this is the same for guild halls, by the way. You see how this one has 4 worshippers? I can't have promised it to them because they don't have enough. This one can't have promised it to them because they don't have enough worshippers. This one can't have promised it to them because they don't have enough worshippers. This one is 12. That's enough worshippers. They have to have at least 12 to have promised it. And then when you build it, it says that you have agreed to build a temple. Do I have a workshop dedicated to making blocks? I have 2 set up making blocks, and it is automated so that when there is less than 60 rock blocks, let's actually bump that up to 100. Then they make 150 blocks, but it's just 2 of them. You have 7 valid religions? Ah, we should get caught up. Or if you ignore them, then all of the dwarves that are part of those religions, when you fail, will get a permanent negative angry thought at you. Well, potentially permanent. It's not always permanent, but potentially permanent angry thought directed at you for failing to uphold their request. You've never had this many heavily worshipped religions before? It does happen sometimes. I won't say that it's super common, because I don't see it happen all that much, but I have had it happen. Just means you've got a very diverse faction. Please don't be named. Shit, it's named. All right, well, I got to get this squad on duty and fill them out a little bit. So let's grab some recruits, shall we? Let's grab some recruits. Strong, anger prone. Why anyone would want to live in an orderly, harmonious society respects the development of a skill. Okay, Spinner, you can join. Alf, I can't remember. Were you actually any good in the military? Dreams of mastering a skill. Yeah, you'll be fine. Let's just try and get a squad built. So raising a family. Oopsies. Sees war as a useful means to an end. Hello, Kit Fox Games. How is you? Prefers handling specific fractal issues, cracks easily under pressure. Likes a little excitement. Yeah, you can do fine. I now just have this headcanon that Kit Fox is now John Kit Fox. Like the Call of Duty meme. But I presume it's Alexandra running the account, so. Values tradition and dislikes competition, cooperation, dreams of raising a family, poor intuition, high social awareness, good spatial sense, nah. Too many livestocks. Oh man, are you really gonna leave me at 49 dwarves game? Oh, that's kind of funny. It's funny because that means that I'm one dwarf away from a mayor. Will live differently from herself. She's quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She tends to share her own experience and thoughts with others. She has a great streak and she tends to avoid physical competition. Yeah, you do fine. Wax on, wax dwarf. Who else has skills? Moses does? Our legendary stonecrafter, yeah, you made the artifact. Proficient. Kit the Fox? That sounds like the name of an old Flash game. Dislikes abstract discussions, would much rather focus on practical examples. Curious and eager to learn, somewhat quarrelsome, is quite ambitious. It's very humble, tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Is moved by art and natural beauty, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. His mastering skill personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. He'd be fine. Also, let's just do it this way. Dreams of raising a family, develops negative feelings. Ooh. Conflicted by this, he overvalues as he values creation, and he has an inflated sense of self-worth. He tends to focus on the current activity, is slow to anger, and could be swayed by the emotions of others. He'd be fine, for the most part. Kenton also has some skills, so let's take a look at you. You're cheerful, trusting, and strong. I don't see that he would be easily stressed, which is good. Dreams of crafting a masterwork, which means maybe don't leave him entirely in the military for forever. Let's throw you in here and take a peek. Dreams of raising a family. Finds a chaotic mess preferable to boredom of harmonious living. This could be considered rude. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I just need one more dwarf now. Let's throw... I'm stupid. Kick W in here and see about you. Clumsy and not creative. Not dutiful. Ooh. Nope. Nope. Definitely not going to put the pacifist in there. How about you? You're an expert Marks Dwarf. Dreams of crafting masterwork someday. Likes competition as is a crucial driving force of the world. Seek short-term rewards. That's good. Tends to ask others for help. Tends to be a little wasteful. Likes martial prowess. Okay. Low stamina, but that's fine. And you right here get taken off of mining. Affect their daily lives? It very much affects how they get along with other dwarves. I think that's the biggest way it affects them. But it can also change like their efficiency, how fast they work, like how fast they can complete crafts and stuff like that. It'll affect the like basically a lot of their speed and efficiencies, whether or not they pick up another job. Like a dwarf that's very messy and will leave things strewn about without a care will literally never put their clothes away after like acquiring new clothing. So they will just leave their clothes on the ground and just never come back and get it, which I think is really funny. So stuff, it depends on the trait. Some more, some less. But the biggest one is whether or not they make friends and get along with other dwarves in the fort. Like a dwarf that doesn't get along with people who appear unusual or live differently is more likely to get into arguments with the human in your fort, as an example. Which just means they're going to be pissed off more often. And if they like arguing, then that'll be good for them, but bad for the people they argue with. So I need a crafts dwarf guild, which will be right there, which is the Inky letter right now, which I'm going to rename to the Inky Bean. Welcome back, Rin. But how goes the launch of the siege update on your end, Kid Fox? How is things? Has it gone smoothly? I need to pester Tarn to have him on stream again. I may or may not have sent him a DM. Someone in chat recently mentioned that they saw, like, dwarves showing up twice in the list. But I'll make sure to get this box of spiders over there then. Sieges are mostly working. I haven't seen anything aside from, like, frame rate drops that are, like, obvious signs of them not working. So I would say that's a pretty good sign, at least so far. Did I hear a box of spiders? Well, I mean, they said that they're, like, sending over bugs that they find. So I'll gather up all the bugs that are in my apartment and send them over. I mean, what else did they want? What other bugs could they possibly be talking about? Okay, so let's just make a barracks over here. Yeah, we were wondering if anything changed regarding visitors, because I used to be able to stop all visitors from arriving by simply having no public space, but that appears to have changed? Like, quite literally, it appears to not work at all anymore, which is a bit odd. So either visitors are more insistent now, which is certainly possible, or something else has changed. Is there a way to make old unused clothes that are claimed to become unclaimed? No, in regards to the ones that are claimed, unless you forbid them and then unforbid them after a bit. But what you can do is you can make one of these, set it as a refuse stockpile, and then basically just remove item types. They more or less just remove everything, but keep item types, and then go to finished goods and type in where, and then allow like the right materials and quality levels. I wouldn't allow higher quality stuff, just maybe like up to here. And then they will just automatically dispose of all damaged clothing that is left around and loses its like ownership. Yeah, that's fair that you don't really mind about the visitors. I do. Either I need like confirmation that like they work as intended now and like won't send a random dwarf that is like fully vampired and necromanced and also a were creature. Like if that isn't a thing that's going to happen, then that's fine. But if that's not a thing that's going to happen, then I'm concerned. So it depends, I guess. It depends. For me. Also that, yeah, I don't really want my artifacts getting stolen unless like maybe it's been more balanced and they're going to get stolen less, which then I'm kind of okay with it. But the thing is I'm not sure if it's intended or not. Also in an ad break, so I will pause. Yes, I use DFhack. I just don't use the overlays because I don't like them. I also don't use any of the automations because I don't need them. And then asking to live in your fort? Well, they're probably, are they citizens or are they performers? Because if they do all tasks, Rins, then they've become citizens, which usually takes 2 or 3 years. Otherwise, they basically just like hang around and eat your food and drink your alcohol. Well, that's the thing, is I've removed all of the... none of my zones are public for anything but long-term residents. Cornelius. But this fort and the last fort, I've had visitors showing up with all of my zones set to only citizens. So either that mechanic has changed or... Well, petitioning to live in is not becoming a citizen. They petition twice to become a citizen. The first petition is they're just, like, basically staying in a hotel in your fort for free. The second time they petition is when they become a citizen. Which is fair. They may have absolutely done that, but... Also, I need to check the value of this down here. Someone's in your fort are successfully keeping visitors away. Weird. Yeah, no, last fort and this fort, it hasn't been successfully keeping them away. But I've been sending them all as this. Long-term residents. Although specifically, I've only been getting monster hunters. So maybe it's that? I wonder if it's like just the caverns then. Because I have also stopped. Yeah, see, I never had that, though. Like, literally nobody would ever petition for residence. Cornelius. So then you are having the same thing I'm having. I used to have no visitors. Period. None. Nada. Ever. But now I'm getting them. So I don't know. I know that you can turn them off on, like, a fort-by-fort level. Monster Hunters don't care about taverns. Yeah, they do. Or they did. Because I literally don't think I had a Monster Hunter in my fort for multiple years. Like, real-time years. Human years. You're getting Monster Hunter entertainer visitors with public turned off. See? See, I'm not the only one. Okay, so like there is something going on. To those of you also who maybe haven't experienced it, it is entirely possible that you are in a world that just doesn't have those as a thing that shows up. Because back in the day, there would be times where like you'd have a fort and you'd have, you know, visitors enabled, but you would just never get any at all. You embarked on a bunch of little penguins? I had giant little penguins once, and I laughed pretty hard when I saw them. It's like, giant little penguins! It's pretty funny. So it could also be like a world-specific thing? Without public zones? Yeah, okay. So I'm glad to know that I'm not just going totally crazy. I'm willing to acknowledge that I might be going a little bit crazy, but not totally crazy. So anyway, in regards to bugs, that's something that we've encountered. And I'm going to also, I think, hollow this out and make it into a artifact hall. Fortify the edges, etc. What visitors come in? It depends on what is available in the region that's close enough to know that your fortress exists. So, like, if you settle in the middle of Balls Nowhere and there's no, like, non-player residents in the region, you'll probably just get none. Friendly goblin civs do not exist. They are a myth. Like, there literally is no such thing as a friendly goblin civ. Like, the second they are a goblin-aligned civilization, they will just attack you. They do not have the capacity to trade. So I don't know, because the game may have just simply changed on its own. So there's this setting here, right? Option allows visitors from outside the fortress to enter this location. This is basically restricts it so that only people who are from the fortress or actively are living in the fortress can visit this location, right? So people that are part of the faction, like like people that you've allowed to visit, like not even your outpost liaison can visit this room with this setting turned on. However, I've been getting monster hunters, and in the last fort I got monster hunters, peddlers, and poets. So far this fort I've gotten monster hunters, peddlers, and a lieutenant that showed up, visited the map, wandered into the fort, and then left, and I have no public zones. Meaning either they now ignore public zones for some reason, because they also don't hang around like they used to. They used to wander into the map and then hang around those public zones for a bit and then leave, regardless of if they designated. But I haven't seen them actually hanging around the zones. I just see them show up and petition to stay, which means they're allowed to enter the map. So I mostly just want clarification. Is that intended, or is that a bug? I haven't seen them if they have, Diamond. Yeah, no, you'll see human civs with high goblin populations. I've seen dwarven civs with high goblin populations. But that's a human civilization with human logic and human goals, not a goblin civilization with demon logic and demon goals. I'm getting, me and multiple people from chat have no zones that allow visitors, but we're getting visitors anyway, which didn't happen before. It's the elves. They've like fertilized the soil in the region, DS, and they are trying to overthrow your fortress with vines and greenery. Oh, the dwarf manatee. It's terrifying. Yeah, I've gotten elf traders in this fortress and the previous one. Do I have any? I do have a pedestal. I can throw that in here. What's the value of this up to? 926, still very low. I mean, elves don't send caravans. Ever. I mean, they sold me an elephant in this fort. YouTube chat. I've been having a bug lately where agitated wildlife just hangs out on the edge of the map. That's been around for a bit. But yeah, that is also... I think that's a known bug. Like they get stuck. You have to kill them to make them go away. But yeah, that one's been around for a while. Or like a minute at this point. Looks like they're loading back up. Yeah, they're actively reloading and leaving. Passing by visitors sounds like a good thing. I mean, if it's intended, then it's fine. I just want to know if it's intended or not, you know? Like, it could also quite literally just be... the bug could have been they're not visiting the fort even though they should be able to, just not stay. And that I'm fine with. But I would like a clarification as to if they're visiting, is that intended? That's the hang up that I'm hitting. Is like, if they're not supposed to be here, then why are they here? And if they are supposed to be here, was it a bug before that they weren't here? That's what I would like to know. Let's just put some bolts. Some higher quality bolts on this pedestal. See what that does to the value. The edge of the map for years? That's cool. Yeah, no, flying creatures historically had pathing bugs, and I was actually really curious to know, like, they would just get stuck sometimes, and I was really curious to see and find out if, after the siege patch, if wildlife would path better if they can fly. So I'm also now just curious, in regards to untamed animal, like flying animals getting stuck at the edge of the map, is that before the siege update or still happening after the siege update? Because this is my first time playing an Untamed Wild since the siege update, so I was curious to check that out myself. And how noticeable it would be if it still happens. That was last week, so after the update. Gotcha. Doesn't super surprise me. It was like me just kind of crossing my fingers and being a little bit hopeful that that was maybe a system that got touched with this patch, but guess not. No, it does. If you kill them, it fixes it usually. That's also a bug, though. And like, there are some bugs like this in Dwarf Fortress where, like, even though they are a bug and they are like a net negative by all counts, there's quite a few things like that in Dwarf Fortress where even though it's a bug and even though it's not a positive thing for the game, I can kind of headcanon my way into believing why it would happen anyway, you know? Like, oh yeah, that's a bug definitely, but like, there is enough like logical reasoning behind why something like that would happen that it kind of makes sense. You know what I mean? Like the visitors thing, right? Like, I want to know if it's intended or not, but at the same time, it would make sense that visitors in the vicinity would be able to wander onto the map, walk into the fortress, be told to leave, ask to stay, and then be told no. Like, that does make sense, and then not hang around. But I want to know if it's intended. Oh, really? That doesn't surprise me too much, actually, Darut. I can't name bins. Bins are not buildable items, thus can't name them. And you can't give things away. So if you would like to name something, Diamond, name something. But you're not allowed to make mini games in my chat. That's my job. Otherwise, it just makes my life unnecessarily tedious. You want me to name a bed bean bed? Okay. It's being a bed. There you go. It's been a bad day. Beanbag. It's like a beanbag. Yeah, I mean, they could be spies, right, Nicholas? But spies don't generally ask to join your fortress. But, like, again, maybe something's changed, so. That's all it really comes down to is, like, if something's changed, I want to know what's changed. See, speaking of, like, this guy should not be able to do this. Zoku Secret Scoop is a really good name, though. Right? It's also not the first time he's asked. See, I've got 2 guests on the map right now. Yet this tavern is not set to public. So, I'm gonna say no. I'm really happy with the color palette we've lucked into with this fort. Yeah, it looks great. If they're in a cage, here, I'll use this cage as an example. Imagine this llama was an imprisoned goblin, and I hit dump, and then click on the cage, and then remove the cage itself from that. They will throw all of the clothes into a dump zone. I literally haven't had a Monster Hunter show up or petition for residence in months, maybe years. Multiple worlds, back to back. Regardless of the status of my caverns. So we're probably doing something different. But like, if I would make one zone public, I would get a dozen visitors in 90 minutes. Monster Hunters included. Trinilius. Like, but here's the thing. Let's not call it a bug yet. We're just not positive if it's a bug. Let's not call it a bug until we get confirmation, so. But yeah, if they're in cages, that's how you remove their gear. It's easier to do if you construct the cages, because then you don't need to dump the cages. Okay, and then this, I'm going to make part of the Eater of Doors, which I'm going to rename to the Eater of Beans. My tavern. The Eater of Beans. Ended in 100 dead? Oh, that sounds like it went really well then. Question. Why do you... You know why when I have enough empty bins storage, they keep stuff on the ground instead of the bins? Because nobody has had the time to move the stuff into the bins. Or also, potentially, it could be owned by somebody. So if it's like clothing or something and you click on it, it could be owned by somebody, at which case then you need to make a cabinet and put it in their bedroom so that they can put their clothing into the bin. But otherwise, there just literally isn't enough tasks or enough people to do it. They're just prioritizing other things. Most likely, that's honestly just a guess, but that is my educated guess. Must be a smelly place. I mean, we are in the Plains of Odor. And, I need to look at the actual name of the creek that we're on, but this creek is just an unintended fart joke. It's like Bean Jackal, something the Jackal of Beans. So, yeah. This whole fortress is a fart joke. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's the Plains of Odors. I mean, I was laughing pretty hard when I was settling in this fort. And the faction is a dick joke, yes. Which is the men of the Lances of Men? And the human faction name translates to Baal Dick. Yeah, we're the Lance of Men. Robin Hood, Men in Pikes. Men with pikes, maybe? What a world, indeed. Explains the entrance. Okay, this is not supposed to look like a dick. This is just a tower. Don't tower shame my tower, okay? Be nice to my tower. The tower did nothing wrong. Let's make iron table, iron throne. Make 15 of each. That's 152, not 15. And then I will do rock table and rock throne and do 30 of each. No specification on stone type. And then the last thing I'm going to do is type in bars and make sure I actually have iron. Yeah, I've got quite a bit of iron. 268 iron to be specific. And I'm out of steel, so I should be making pig iron, which we are currently. But considering that just disappeared, I presume we just don't have enough charcoal, so let's make another wood furnace. And it also appears that we are running out of logs, so it's time to go up here and clear stuff that's close. Sorry, wildlife. Sorry, elves. Rusty's going to get to it. And Stone, the miner, has been possessed. All right. I mean, like I said, I'm not even positive if it's an issue or not, but would like to know out of curiosity. Stone possessed by unknown forces has claimed a stoneworker's shop. Grabs a boulder. What is a rock salt boulder? And then grabs another. What is a rock salt boulder? And needs bones. Okay. Let's butcher something. Let's get rid of the mule, the large rat, nanny goat. That's all we need for nows. Rock, rock, bone. Rock, rock, bone. Okay, so it's literally just bones is all we need. Apparently somebody's doing the butchering, but I'm not seeing it. Oh, there you are. Stormwolf's up to it. Normal stone behavior? Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to go blow my nose because I can't breathe. I will be back momentarily. All right. Stone, the miner, has created Basen Artob Ortist Absam, a rock salt millstone, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Sodel. Metal morals. I love me some metal morals, you know? Especially heavy metal morals. Do you actually have a relative named Sodel that we're aware of? Yeah, I don't know. In regards to like the visitor thing, it also seems like there's definitely been some sort of rebalance as far as like overworld entities in general or priority, because I'm seeing a lot more populated family trees in the last 2 forts than I think I have in the last 2 years. It's a millstone. You're not wrong. Stone did in fact make a millstone. So when you like kind of factor all those things together, it's like there's definitely been some pretty hefty changes made to the game as a whole when it comes to like the world itself interacting with the fort. Possessed by a miller's spirit. Oh, for sure. Yeah. We also used a Masterwork Borax mechanism, which you'll love to see. I'll have to read it once it's fully installed. Let me just check this. Okay, I'm actually going to remove this. See if I have any large gems. Sardonyxes, Jaspers. Let's just do I don't know, square brilliant. Cut Jaspers. We'll do that. And throw some statues in here, maybe? The other thing I should do is go over to you and just start encrusting furniture with cut gems. Increase the value of stuff. I can't read that, Lapsa, unfortunately. But maybe somebody in chat can. Toast Cat, we'll see you later, dude. I'll be on tomorrow, normal time. More dwarfs. Let's see if that's been built yet. Yes, it has been. So Stone's artifact is a rock salt millstone. All craft our ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval rock salt cabochons and encircled with bands of round rock salt cabochons. On the item is an image of temples before and after. The cave swallow parchment scroll in goat bone. Well, that's kind of neat. And there's a rhino fighting with a war dog. Also made even more totems. And it appears that we've got fertile blue pea hen eggs alongside of fertile hen eggs. Yay! Also, hey, Passy. Can you confirm that catapults and ballista can now shoot down? Yes. It's in the patch notes. They can shoot up and down. Not as straight down as like a dwarf with a crossbow, but yes, they can shoot down. And they shoot within a cone of vision that they can see. It's a lot of hematite, let me tell you. Wait, what? Why are you not making charcoal? Make 20 charcoal. Oh, we just don't have enough logs. I get it. Okay. How many levels can they shoot? I do not have, like, I specific response to that. I don't know. I just know that they can shoot up and down. I don't know what the exact cone of fire is. That's probably on the wiki at this point, but I don't know. I'm not a scientist. But they can shoot up and down. I've had them shoot down 2 levels and also shoot up. Gotta dance with the devil. Sometimes you do. Yeah. Can you make floor bombs? Flower bombs? I don't know what a flower bomb is. But no. Does the amount of mud matter for farm plots? No. As long as there's mud on the ground, you can make a farm plot. It's a bit of the criminal code of Latvia. Seems like it was posted in the wrong chat. And that's the assumption I'm going to go with, Stone. Unless they're calling me a criminal, in which case I feel scandalous. Naturally. The most scandalous. Also, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. I do appreciate you guys tuning in and hanging out on the YouTube side of things. It's been nice to have a much bigger crowd as of late. Okay, we should be through the ads now. Who'da thunk? I mean, if you want to make bombs, just make collapsible floors that you can collapse with a lever. That's what I would recommend. Towers seem more sparse? They seem about the same for me. I don't think that they got nerfed, but it wouldn't surprise me if everything else got buffed, because everything else has been buffed more or less, right? Because soldiers for the rando factions around the world map are stronger than they were before. So that's probably going to affect it, Alan? At least that would be my presumption there, because it seems about the same from my perspective, but there was like that one patch note that said that they fixed necromancer experiments, but I don't know what was broken about them, so it's really hard for me to be like, well, that's the thing they fixed, because honestly, I have zero fucking clue what they fixed. Yeah, because like the thing that makes the new sieges the hardest isn't really the new siege engines or the fact that they can dig or build, at least from my experience so far. What makes them harder now is that they can send higher skilled soldiers with better weapons. Like getting like a goblin army full of like lashers back in the day was never a big deal, but getting a goblin army full of lashers and master spearmen is extremely threatening. So it's like armies have just gotten more threatening in general because they can send better gear and better soldiers. And to me, that's the bigger deal when it comes to just making their armies stronger. But I know Tarn has been talking for a while about setting up, like, basically, like, witch hunting squads that go around and, like, fight the overworld, but, like, as far as I know, none of that stuff has been added into the game. Good lord, you're old, King of Pudding. But I think the easiest to presume assumption here would be that the armies are just stronger now. Now, yes, Brain Fist. Although it would make more sense that the goblins would do that because the goblins are immortal. Dwarves aren't, right? Dwarves have limited free time. Goblins don't. Also, you know, with the whole murder being legal thing in Goblin Society, the goblins would have more time to, you know, practice. And more opportunities to practice to begin with. So we're just going to have food and drink. And they will take items from here. Although I don't actually have a kitchen yet, so should probably make that. Yeah, exactly, Brain Fist. Because they don't need to eat or drink, and they have unlimited free time. Assuming they don't get murdered by their boss, which they tend to do for fun. You have a fungus floor problem in your fort? That's not a problem, that's a good thing. And you really don't want to remove all the furniture just to build floors? Is there another easier way to deal with floor fungus? Build on rock where fungus doesn't grow. So, I realize that isn't like a, well, just move. Like, that is literally me saying just move, but you could either move or you could move. Those are kind of your only options. Floor fungus isn't a problem. In fact, it's one of the most useful things in the game. But you need to remember that, like, it's something you kind of have to account for ahead of time. It's useful because your livestock can graze on it. So quite literally, it's just go deeper, build on rock is the way you stop that from happening if that bothers you. How goes World Conquest? Haven't started. I only started getting migrants in like the last 25 minutes of the last stream. So very slow and steady. Currently trying to just make these and keep these dwarves happy. Unless you had to for some reason, it gives you a higher baseline of value to value up rooms. Like an engraved constructed floor is always going to be higher value than an engraved unconstructed floor because there's another material ingredient in the mix. Making more steel. Let's go into here and click this button. We have some more shields and some more helms. All right, I'm going to, we are in the early winter. I think it's time for a winter break for these dwarves. And by that, I mean we're going to finish constructing everything. But I am going to pause just about everything with the exception of one dwarf making rock blocks, the making of charcoal, and that's pretty much it. And I'm also going to go into here and just say, nobody do this. Just actually, no, they only selected can keep doing this. That was a thing that was added to Dwarf Fortress when it released on Steam, Alphanaut. So if you didn't notice, that's like hardly on you because unless you were actively watching YouTube videos or talking to people when that release came out. It wasn't really listed or stated anywhere that you could do that, but that was a thing that was added to the game when it released on Steam in 2022. Yeah, if actually also in regards to fungus, if you're building on rock floors that got water on it, you could just smooth the floors. So you could just do this, and that would solve it. It'll make it go away. This is what I want to do. I want to see if I can get some songs. Oh, also, I think that this version of the game fixed an issue that I was having, which is the only music that would ever play in Fortress mode was the Adventure mode soundtrack, which was great because I liked that music, but I would never hear the initial soundtrack, and I'm hearing the initial soundtrack now. I'm hearing all of them. To hear the baby? I was gonna say, you already have a dwarf, so let's maybe share a little bit after this. Like, let some other people redeem them, but... This baby is making me tear up, though. They say, Demanda! They're definitely a noble in training. Does not have the feelings of emotional attachment and has never felt even a moment's connection with another being. Takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance and is given to flights of fancy, to the point of distraction. She tends to avoid crowds, and she only rarely feels discouraged. She prefers to present herself modestly and doesn't handle stress well. She tries to do things correctly each time. She tries to do things... Where was I? I completely lost my spot. She doesn't handle stress well, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She lives a fast-paced life, and she is trusting. She often feels cheerful, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and often feels lustful, and occasionally overindulges. Dreams of raising a family, and personally sees life as unfair, doesn't mind it that way, disregards tradition, and doesn't really see the point of working hard. And like slate and aluminum, as well as aventurine and warthog leather and the color cardinal, shields, beds, and blue peafowls for their enormous fantails. And and grasshoppers for their great leaps, and the words of the irons of dye, and the sound of the drums of rigging, and when possible prefers to and the sight of the saffron euphoria, when possible prefers to consume bush tit, and foxtail millet beer, and pig's milk, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. It's 25 minutes, yeah. I might actually restrict it to just one redeem per stream so that we stop getting people naming multiple things a stream and so I don't have to scold people. Just make my life easier. But then that opens me back up to the issue of it bugging out for some people sometimes and then just not working. Hey, chat. It's party time. I need your favorite party music. Ceilings do not count towards room value. For all intents and purposes, dwarves can't look up. It's definitely up there, zombie Fidel Castro. I'm also going to do something. I'm going to make a burrow, which... delete that one. Make a burrow, which is just the bedrooms and the tavern, basically. And just not permit any of the other extracurricular zones. And we're just going to call this party time. I never said yearly, but what triggers this music. So there's several different tavern songs. There's like Danger Zone, or not Danger Zone, Danger Room, Sisters of War, and then Drink and Industry. You need to have more than half of the dwarves in the tavern socializing, and then all start singing or performing or watching a performance. And these guys count as being in the tavern because they are, you know, technically part of the tavern in this. So even though it's listed as not in the tavern, they are technically in the tavern. And if you actually look at this, they'll talk with acquaintances and like participate in tavern activities while being in the tavern. Their kicking demonstration is well, they're just demonstrating in time with the music, I think. At least that's how I imagine that. You didn't realize there were actually new vocal tracks? Oh, there's a bunch of new vocal tracks. There's multiple tracks on the Adventure Mode soundtrack that are all vocal tracks. So this is a owned item, which is just going to go get put in their bedroom. So Bennett comes and grabs it, goes over to their bedroom and puts it in their cabinet. Cab Bennett. To the beat of Stayin' Alive? Sure. Got into an argument with Nil Diamond. It makes me bitter. Oh no. Any sieges in this fort yet? Nope. I do actually have a population of 50 now, though. So the odds of that starting is higher now. I'm also going to allow the main squad down here to train up there if they want. So that they can get over their pukiness. No, I mean, well, we're midwinter. Well, yeah, I guess that would be January, right? It's either, like, midwinter Opal would be either January or late December. Dwarves New Year's Eve party? Sure. Although, spring starts with the New Year in Dwarf Fortress, so New Year's Eve would be, whatever's after Opal. We did have some thieves arrive, though, Montecore. Although, when sieges start happening in this fort, I will be kind of sad. Because it's going to absolutely destroy my perfect moods. My moods are so good right now. Like, they are so good. But what I need to do is I need to figure out where I'm going to put my hospital. Which, actually, I might even take, like, not an idea necessarily, but steal a thing from the YouTube chat and just put it, like, right here. Oh, I don't have one in the tower, but I do have one right here. I'm using the light aquifer as a way to tempt the baddies into digging into the fort. And beneath the tower, I'm using the light aquifer as an additional source of water. So I've got basically 2 mist generators in this fort. One is in the stairwell, and then the other one is in the tavern here. So I don't need to, like, make an artificial one. We kind of have one already. Ooh, you've got a flail? Oh, that's fun. It's got a fancy rhinoceros earring and a flail. Cool. That's what I've been doing this for, yeah, Tarantos. What happens to the water? For this portion, it dribbles down and goes through these grates, these things that look like cheese graters or honeycombs. Goes through those and then dribbles down into the cavern layer, which does eventually dry up on the edge of the little beaches that are down in here. It's never going to fully fill up. It hits these beaches and dries up. And then for this one, very similar, except it would, in theory, eventually connect to here. But we just kind of have like these drainage spaces down in here. It's a good idea to make hospital beds before the blood starts flowing. Well, let's hope the blood doesn't really start flowing, if you will. But we'll let them hang out in the tavern until Opal ends. They're now telling stories. What's the story you're telling? The elf Emil Hochpreist became the holy spray of the ripe doctrine. Getting a history lesson. We is. Then we got a bunch more dwarves over here performing a dance, which they already completed. Most of the soldiers have gone up here to get away from all the dancing, I suppose. It's like having backups before you lose Grandma's pictures. Yeah. Let's see, are they going to puke if they go out here? That's the question. They seem to be good still. Oh, you're puking. Okay, so this doesn't solve that problem then. Return to power, Pukenstein. Yeah. Now I'm going to need to make an outdoor area for them. I also need to make kitchens and get that rolling. All right, we'll wait until Opal's over, because the festival of the month of Opal is now completing, where the dwarves are all making acquaintances and getting to know one another. It's also important to have like periods of time like this where dwarves can just socialize. Otherwise, they'll never be around other dwarves enough to be able to just start make friends. Hey, look at this. There's another person who's not supposed to be here. Addy. Howdy do. Go away. Thank you munches. Maybe if you brought an artifact, but. A spy? Probably. Probably. Okay, we are into obsidian, so I will now turn off the burrow. And by that I mean I will remove everybody except for the children from this burrow. Let's just throw rock salt up in here. I've done multiple videos and series that take place on glaciers. Have I made a fortress on a the vampire fort was on a glacier. That was on a glacier and a volcano, and I set the volcano up so that it infinitely poured lava on the glacier, and we had a constantly reforming, resurfacing obsidian set of shelves that was pretty epic. That, like, didn't hurt my frame rate, which was, like, wild. At least not consistently hurt my frame rate. It's quitting time? Did you hand in your 2 weeks? I know you mean just, like, it's time to call it for the day on the work stuff, but... Nope, I don't want to allow you to eradicate monsters. Gortusk was not. Gortusk was a rocky wasteland / mountain, I think. But, I don't know, I streamed a fortress a long time ago that didn't get a big video made out of it, which was called Sunbirths, which was entirely on a glacier, which was pretty cool because that fortress ended with me digging too deeply and greedily. And what was awesome about it was when I finally did go too deep, I had like maybe a dozen demons that were made of fire come flying out of hell, and they basically could fly through walls. That was pretty cool. It was a really cool way to watch a fortress collapse because it was like, whoa, wasn't really expecting it. It certainly startled me, I guess. You have a necromancer infestation in your library? Better get the raid. Going down into here. And basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to fortify the bottom of it and just let this thing fill up with water. Because this is going to go directly into an aquifer pretty quickly. So this is now officially in an aquifer. Then you dig down into that. And this will be my well. Well, that wasn't intentional. Oh well, too late. Whatever. It's fine. Wasn't what I wanted to do. So now this is a danger well, because something could climb up and in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a separate stairs up there. And then be able to close it off if I need to. Almost like Belrogs, but spectral. I mean, it's like a Belrog, but in like the ice fortress in James Bond. Is kind of what it was. It's like Belrogs if they were, you know, found in the ice fortress in James Bond. Is there a plugin you use? It's a toggle that you enable or disable. So I'm not sure what you mean by plugin, but you go to settings, you go to game, you go to multi-threading, and you turn it on, which I don't know why it's off actually. Anyway, you turn it on. That's it. There's nothing more to it than that. Oh, multi-streaming. I read multi-threading. I use... What's it called? Multiple output plugin. I got it from... I remember the website being all in Japanese. It's on GitHub. It's linked on the OBS project website. I legitimately read that as multi-threading. That's on me. But yeah, just go to OBS. Just go to Google and type in OBS. Here, let's see if I can find it for you. That's it. And the only limit is your CPU and your internet. So you can stream to multiple YouTube channels, multiple Twitch channels, multiple Kick channels, whatever the fuck. TikTok. Like, world's your oyster. You can stream at different quality levels, do whatever. That's a lot of rock meat. I'm just going to go up to here and build a well. I need a chain. I do wonder if material matters for the bolt throwers. Oh, we're in an ad break, so pause. Although, it's a good thing that I misread that, because it made me go and turn multi-threading back on. Must have been when that crash was the other day. I don't know what that is, but just a word of advice when it comes to streaming to multiple platforms, do it locally. Don't use a third-party service, even if they exist. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. It is not worth it, even remotely. In fact, I would say it's a bad idea. In regards to the rock meat, I was going to say all my meat is in a stockpile. What? But... the other thing that you could do in regards to stockpiling meat, YouTube chat, is delete the butcher shop where it was butchered and then build a stockpile underneath it and assign meat to the stockpile. I've done that before. It does work. It's not the most straightforward, but it works. Like the one I'm using locally done? Sure. I'm just babbling. I just never heard of it, but just wanted to state that because I know there's also like Restream.io that some people use, and I think that service is terrible. It's how you butcher Forgotten Beasts. Yeah, sometimes I'll build a butcher shop right next to a Forgotten Beast, just so that I can get it dealt with.
Crypt beer.
Van Ori, thanks for the 33rd month. Welcome back. Let's do some more of these blocks, these blocks, these blocks. Also, for anybody watching the stream, I am planning to stream on Friday this week, so you will get a Friday stream. And then this weekend, I will be editing, and hopefully we'll get something either tutorial-ish or siege-ish, depending on what I prefer to work on this weekend, out. I've been trying to get at least a short out every other day, so I've been trying to keep up with the current heightened interest in Dwarf Fortress things, but it's been kind of a lot, to be simple, but. Also, something that I wanted to mention, I put up a blog post the other day talking about that most recent big video I put out, the story of Boat Murder, the lore thing. If you're a video editor, like if you edit video on a contract basis, and might be interested in working for me, send me a portfolio. I'm thinking about it. And if it is full of AI stuff, I will ignore it. But I haven't put out a post publicly yet on that, but I'm thinking about it. Simply put, I'm thinking that it might be worth it to have a series of videos that I break even on or don't make money on, or that cost me money to be able to get more interesting stuff out quicker without delaying the big videos that I know do well. I mean, if it costs me twice as much as the videos make, it's not exactly a win for me, but we'll see. It depends. It's something that I'm weighing options for. Essentially, I'm looking for help specifically with the videos that are just my face talking at a camera. Taters, the strand extractor, is taken by a Fey mood. And Taters also claims a stone worker's shop. And grabs some sandstone. And works furiously. Literally just sandstone? Well, that's a simple artifact. Did this actually hit high enough value? Oh, no, it didn't. Okay, let's just put some encrusted tables in here then. Like a rock salt table. Maybe an iron table. And for thrones, let's just do a granite throne. And a mudstone throne. We'll do that. That I've made it this far without an editor? I mean, it's the reason I only upload a big video once every other month. Because, like, literally, that's how long it takes to make them. Call me Cloudy. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I mean, the reality is I only make money on a video if it gets more than 100,000 views. When it comes to the big videos that I put a lot of time into. Because of the amount of time I put into them. So unless, like, they hit the 100K mark, if I upload an hour-long video, I don't actually make money on it. I would have made more money if I just streamed. So it's like, I would lose money on videos most of the time if I hired an editor, which is why I'm iffy on it. That's why I've been iffy on it. And also, Riz Morden, thank you very much for the brand new Tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you. Oh, that's neat. Taters, the strand extractor, has created Bomrek Vletust, a sandstone scepter. And claims it as a personal treasure. A dwarf child, if I have any. They might both be named. Let me check after I read this. This is a sandstone scepter. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of sandstone. And you know what? I'm going to put that in the craft store shop because I think that qualifies. I think that qualifies. I have one child. Two child. I have a boy child. And a lady child. What would you like, boy or girl? All right. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for both the Raiders and that brand new Tier 1 subscription? And, your stream was good, Cloudy. You'd like the boy dwarf. Got it. Yeah. I was just scrolling up, and I had to refresh chat to be able to scroll up. Wait, no, that's the wrong screen. Also, it looks like my chicks were born, so that's good. I will say this kid won't be a child for much longer, because I want to say they're 18, or like pretty close to. 18, yes. So next year you'll be an adult. He is sloppy with his living space, and he's very humble. He has a greedy streak, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He can handle stress, and he has a sense of humor, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. And he has a calm demeanor, and he begins to talk in a monotonous tone when he's bored. In monotone when he's bored, not in monotonous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. He dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world and personally sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. He likes hematite and black bronze as well as purple spinel and wood. Wood. Yes. And amber and the color ochre as well as figurines and giant jackals for their resourceful nature. And the site of the lilac of pantomimes, and when possible prefers to consume alfalfa and beetroot wine and maize flour, and absolutely hates cave spiders. His mother is in the fortress. His older brother is I am stupid. And Onuel is his older half-sister. His aunt, Stone, lives in the fort. His nephew, Erish, lives in the fort. That... And you're 40? What? Okay. I guess so. But anyway, welcome to the fort. Complicated family tree. Yeah, I think so. Sure seems that way anyway. Let's just use some boulders for this floor. Not going to be too picky. These aren't bedrooms. They don't need to be super high value. And this can be a water source. I should also make soap. I think I'm going to shrink back this a little bit. Wow, we are really short on blocks. Are we not making any blocks? Oh, I haven't unforbidden all of them yet. I forgot that I did that. I think that this may actually just be Dwarf Fortress working more as intended, Bone Doll. This is not even the same world as the last fort. But I think family trees are just working better because I'm seeing a lot more of them. Like, I didn't see family trees for a really long time, and now I'm seeing them again, and it's nice. So I don't know if I would call it nepotism. So... Thank you, Sisyphus, in YouTube chat. Oh, hey, the elves came back. Even though, like, one of them, or they got mauled by a werebear. So, they certainly are bringing a lot less this time. I don't really blame them, to be honest. Just gonna go over here to cages, and let's throw... I do have a bunch of baby chickens. A bunch of chicks. Let's throw a bunch of those in. Maybe a bull calf. Some of these. And this is a grown limewood cage. So I can go down to here and unlock this door. Oh, I just unassigned those. That's fine. And you can forbid that. And you can forbid that. There we go. Yeah, it doesn't look any different than it did before. I think the game is just prioritizing... Like, this might just be me, like, generating a different size of world than normal, but it seems like the game is prioritizing immigration from... world or legendary historical characters instead of with more historical characters instead of just like generating new ones, because I'm seeing a lot more like complete family trees and stuff, but Legends wouldn't really show that. It's just it would look the same as it always has. Why have you? But nothing out of the ordinary has been noticed from my perspective in Legends when I've looked at it at the start of this fort and the one before it. Everything seems pretty much the same. No, that's not the first time that person's asked to join this fort. Emmett was just curious. Well, you should. Tell me if you find anything. Where I work, commercial have screen sharing software for IT support now has built-in low-res screen preview that can be called through its API with a quick script. One could call a preview of say 10 seconds with another quick script and then use an image re-incognito to compare the windows to say a YouTube window to see who's watching YouTube at work. One could also run two said scripts on, say, one's boss and the IT chief officer just saying, oh, that's very funny. But yeah, if they're just pulling more historical figures, which I've noticed in the last two forts, then it won't be super obvious in Legends. It'll just mean that they're just migrating quicker. Is this a copy pasta? Absolutely could be, I don't know. Anything could be a copy pasta. I don't know what I did to deserve that. Is it payday or something? Thank you, Van Ori. Holy shit. For the 20 pack. Good lord, man. That's a lot of subs. It's a whole lot of subs. It's very kind of you. It is a day. Well, I mean, that doesn't confirm or deny if it's payday, but thank you. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers? And YouTube folks, can you guys hit the party button a couple times? You guys have a button that makes party things appear? Just hit that button. High dodge level by Nixamo here. Sorry. Gift subs doesn't fix my cough. Sleeping does, which I've been doing more of recently. Payday is always the first. Oh, you're one of those? It's just like me. Payday's the 14th or the nearest business day to the 14th. Or the 22nd or the nearest business day to the 22nd. It's Wednesday, me dwarves. Yes. Yes, it is. Okay, so they brought a giant tortoise? Oh, that's dope. Done. Sold. I'm also going to buy that toad and the sparrow. I'm going to make a zoo. I can attach it to the tavern. Because I already have an anole. I'm going to name the tortoise Beans and put him in the tavern. I also should, yeah, we'll make a zoo and we'll do it like over here once I have some more flooring. Which I think I have some more flooring, not a ton. I need to get a bit of a glass industry up and running, but I'm kind of waiting until I have more charcoal, or until I have enough steel gear for everybody. Still working on it. I still need to do gauntlets and greaves. No, I should do steel gauntlets. Sorry, steel gauntlets. And steel greaves. There we go. Thanks for the little mini combo, veteran. And the 55 pennies. Torty just makes me think of tortoiseshell kitties, who are crazy and evil. Okay, so I got an anole in a cage. Got several rhinos in cages too. The toad in the cage. The giant tortoise I won't put in the cage. The giant tortoise I will rope up outside with iron chains. You had tortoiseshell guinea pigs? Oh, that's cool. Creating a menagerie? Well, it's a zoo. Bean zoo. Bean zoon? Wait, what? Bee zoo. Bean zoo. It's the zoon of beans. So they can hang out in the zoo and admire the animals in cages. So there's a sparrow, a toad, and an anole. Do hunting doors work? They hunt. I mean, yes, they do work. You just have to make sure that they're constantly supplied with ammo, and you have to manage their ammo using the ammo screen, which is over here. I generally don't bother with them because I think it's less tedious to just set up some cage traps and just go to this screen occasionally, type in the word cage, click on this and set them to be trained, and then going over to here and then typing in cage and then butchering the ones that I don't want. I find that to be way faster and more convenient, so I usually just do that. They've always been able to admire animals. It's just kind of not worth it. It's just like, it's a very minimal, like they can admire any like thing or furniture that is in a room. And so if you put animals in a quote unquote zoo, they can admire them. But like, there's like no real benefit to, like, it's about the same as admiring a statue, I guess. No, then the elves got mauled by a werebear. Which, I don't know, does that count as nature? I guess so. It's a otherworldly curse from the gods. That's what it is. Well, at least this tavern's getting built up. It's starting to look more complete. Then we can work on this. I also got to go up to here and get rid of that. Go down to here. And let's just do a Asher. I need an empty barrel. 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 Make one of these first. It just means you don't fight back, right? That would be my logic, anyway. Yeah, also what Siggy's Mudo in YouTube chat says, hunters need to have something to hunt, which is not always the case. There isn't always something to hunt. Oh, also, if I am going to make a kitchen, which I'm going to do really soon, go over here to drinks and just say, please don't cook any of my drinks for the love of Dwarfies. And let's go to seeds, and I do not, under any circumstances, need red beans. I don't need maize. I do need plump helmet spawn. Don't need whip vine. Don't need naff. Don't need elephant head amaranth. Do need cave weed. Don't need rat weed. Don't need rice. Don't need soft wheat. Okay. So now I should be able to make a ashery. And a soap maker shop. And I will make ash. Make lye. Make soap from tallow. And I need a kitchen. Actually, I'm just going to grab 2 kitchens. But they'll start making ash first. Seems like these dwarfs is busy because there's a lot of construction jobs. Yeah, so I love this with no context, because I started reading that like a work thing, Hekios, but my manager was killed by a were-chameleon. I didn't realize there was it was the manager until we ran out of drinks, and I couldn't figure out why none of the orders were done. I've had stuff like I had a moment earlier today where I was like, why are none of my orders getting done? And then I realized it's because I finally surpassed 20 dwarves and actually needed to make a office for my manager. I had a couple times in the last fort where my manager died to something random, and like then had to, it took longer than I should admit to realize that, oh, I probably should, you know, solve this, but so now we've got all these render fat tasks up and running, which will turn these into tallow. So that once we make a bunch of ash and make it into lye, it can then be made into soap. Which will be for this, which is going to be my hospital. As my tavern grows. This is going to have some big-ass dance floors, let me tell you. I mean, how big is the dance floor? 8 by 13, which must be down here. You think somebody would notice nobody managing? You know, okay, let me ask you a question. You work at a, for the sake of this hypothetical, you work at a retail in a retail setting, okay? And you have a manager, and like, you don't hate your manager's fine, but like, you have a manager, and it's a pleasant day when they're not there. And then suddenly your manager disappears. Would you complain? Cause like, I would after a while, once it got weird. But at least initially, meh. You know, like, what's the point? I mean, who's it really hurting? Yeah, I mean, yeah, the manager disappeared, but, like, just means less work for me. And less, like, oversight, which means I can, like, stare at my phone more. Who knows? Maybe they got fired. What happened to Jeff? Yeah, I haven't seen Jeff in months. I just thought he was locked in the office. I don't know. Turns out he was locked in the office, and the business cat is mostly finished eating him. What's my schedule? Yeah, I mean, like, I thought I was full-time now. I mean, like, no one said not to keep showing up. And I thought that I could, you know, stay 6 hours after work and then get paid to play games on my Steam Deck. What are you talking about? Having worked retail, the longer I go without seeing the manager, the better. Exactly, which is why I'm totally understanding of these dwarves when the manager just randomly disappears, that they wouldn't complain. What you could do, Sigmundo, is you could use this, take all the legendary ones and assign them, and then, or unassign them and set it to only selected do this to train up lower skill ones, and then when there's a siege, just set it to everybody. That's what I would do. In logistics, people would notice quick. No, totally. I'm mostly being facetious here, but... Of course, it depends on like the type of industry we're talking about here, but I'm imagining like, you know, a low-end retail place. Yeah, it's just a game, and you know, we're all like headcanoning the optimal amusing outcome of like what would happen if just like your manager vanished. I feel like that would be a Stephen King short story. It's like the manager disappears, and there was much rejoicing. Turns out the employees ate it. It's making me look like a cartoon villain? I don't know if that's a compliment. Well, I'll say this. So far, I've had a few people in shorts saying that it's amusing that I've played so much Dwarf Fortress that I've magically grown a beard. I've had one person say that it looks awful and I should shave it. And mostly people seem to not care or notice. So, I don't know. I'm kind of... I have a goatee because I got really depressed and didn't shave for like 3 weeks. And then it kind of went away, and I was like, well, it's long enough now that it's kind of annoying to shave, and apparently my electric razor's broken, so it would kind of hurt to shave it with, like, a manual razor. And I don't feel like buying another razor. And then, like, I just kind of shaved the sides and was like, we'll just give it a shot. See if it sticks. You were trying to put a finger on what changed? You would have to have a really long arm to physically put a finger on my goatee. Because I'm pretty sure you're in Sweden, right? It's almost as far away from me as you could physically be, except for maybe like Australia, I guess, but... But it's the effort that counts at this point, right? Well, they were trying. They obviously weren't trying hard enough to, like, actually touch it. Otherwise, I would see an arms, like, reaching across the ocean. Which would be kind of weird. There'd probably be something on the news about that. All right, this is going to be my hospital. Hospital you what? And then this down here is going to be for... the traction benches and or tables. Ooh, just for some variety's sake, let's do some wood floors for this area. It's like it's not the highest value hospital, but Stash art go. Well, I was saying the other day that if I decided I didn't like this, I would shave the chin off and have a handlebar mustache for one day. Before getting rid of it. Just for the lulz, because why not? Are you really human if you can't, like, make fun of yourself once in a while and do something that makes you look really dumb? The fully quarantine style of hospital? Notice how I put the beds far enough apart that if I needed to, I could? Yeah, which is exactly why I would do it for only one day. Let around. Go full Hulk Hogan. Better, like, start the stream looking like this, get up, leave, shave off the chin part, come back, laugh for a minute, and then shave the rest of it off. Hiss? No, I agree. Trust me, I agree. But I'd be lying if I said that I think this looks any better than a handlebar mustache. I don't know how I feel about this. At the very least, a handlebar mustache, we can all just unanimously agree that it looks stupid and laugh at it. You know, I'll be completely honest with you. I know so little about wrestling. I know enough to know that Hulk Hogan was a problem. Was Macho Man the oh yeah guy? Because like I don't know. It's not like a form of entertainment I've ever partaken in at all. And not even like intentionally. It's just like it's not something I've ever paid any attention to whatsoever. Was the Slim Jim guy? That doesn't help. I also didn't have TV growing up, so no idea. Spin thread. But I will say, okay, so I'm not trying to defend Hulk Hogan at all. Not a good person. I don't think he was a bad enough person to ruin handlebar mustaches. Even knowing what he did, and being very well aware of what he did, I don't think he was bad enough to ruin handlebar mustaches, you know? It's like a certain, like, expelled German artist was bad enough to ruin a mustache, even with the existence of Charlie Chaplin. But I don't think Hulk Hogan was that bad. And I have met people in my life that have handlebar mustaches and look fucking stupid, to be clear, but rock it in a way that works. Kind of like a mullet, where like it doesn't look good on anybody, but there are certain people where you're like, ha, yeah, no, it works. Depending on what you do for a living, you know? Like if you're a tattoo artist or something, you can kind of get away with stuff like that. Or if you're in a band that is like half a character or caricature, even. Like I've definitely seen some guys in bands with handlebar mustaches where it works. I mean, yeah, Vince McMahon is significantly worse. Hulk is just like above average bad for that industry. Was, I guess, I should say. I really like just dwarves hanging out in the groups of soldiers just singing. I'm wondering if these dwarves are arguing with this human. Because you're bitter after getting into arguments, and you're exhilarated, and somebody else was exhilarated. Yeah, I guess it's just you. It's this dwarf, Alf, getting into an argument with this human, I presume. Yeah, I mean, it's like, how do I put it, Void? It's like it's a performance art thing, you know. If your job suits it, there are people out there who can make it work, but I don't think I can make it work. To be clear, I do not think I can make it work. I just want to do it because I think it would be funny for an afternoon. That's about it. But we'll see. I don't know. Depends on what happens. Oh, is that Hulk Hogan playing Bonesaw? Because I remember that bit. The Bonesaw is ready thing. I did not know that that was Hulk Hogan. The more you know. Learn something every day. Oh, he was Macho Man. Okay, well. Hi, chat. I'm dumb. How are you? Same thing? No, well. Oh, really? That's wild, Letterin. I had no idea. So what you're telling me is Bonesaw didn't turn green when he got really mad. That I knew. But yeah, no, I know virtually nothing about wrestling. Somebody here might actually know what I'm talking about when I say this, but the only knowledge I have of professional wrestling comes from Jeff Gerstmann when he babbles about professional wrestling. That is the only knowledge I have of professional wrestling. So that's about it. When Jeff Gerstmann decides to... Oh, wow, you're right. We are at the nice population. When Jeff Gerstmann decides to babble... And I also need the Mountainous Hall. What a good name for a farmer's guild. When Jeff decides to babble about professional wrestling, I learn a little bit, and half the time I turn it off when he talks about professional wrestling because I just don't care. No, because as a Canadian, I'm not obliged to know random factoids about every single person who is even somewhat famous who also happened to be Canadian. That is a ludicrous statement. There are many, 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 many relatively famous Canadians that I have absolutely zero knowledge or care about whatsoever. It depends on the fort, on what I'm trying to do, Silvershee. But I usually leave it initially at about 250, 300. But sometimes I'll lower it. It really depends on what I'm trying to do with the fort. I mean, I don't live in a tiny country. I live in a pretty big country that's pretty far apart with everything. I would honestly be willing to bet I know more about Celine Dion. Like, I probably know more about Nickelback. I have a question. Why does everybody want children today? It's like chat runs on trends. Today it's children. There is one child who hasn't been named. She's 2. Okay, I know virtually nothing about Shania Twain. No, only about 32 million of them. Vivid Nights. Plenty, Rin, but you got to get the redemption. How much do I know about Nickelback? I've seen them live 3 times, and I haven't paid for any of those 3 times. I've also high-fived the entire band. That was a weird moment. Because I didn't see it coming. They're boring and uninteresting and write the same song repeatedly. That's the hate of Nickelback. Basically, the hate of Nickelback is exactly the same as the hate of, like... what's it called? Imagine Dragons, where they're just boring and uninspired, and so people are bored of them. That's basically it. Yes, so every 25 minutes, that redemption is available, and when it's available, if you grab it, then you can name something. But, funny mamba. No, the reason I high-fived everybody in Nickelback is they were one of the openers at the closing ceremony when we had the Olympics here. And through scouts and cadets, I ended up in the closing ceremonies. And we had like this coordinated thing that lasted for about 3 minutes where we walked around with snowboards and made like Canadian flags and shit. It was like a neat thing that I did years ago. The real fun part was getting to watch the hockey game beforehand in like a green room tent with like 14,000 teenagers. That was maybe one of the funnest evenings of my life. Truly one of the coolest things I've ever witnessed was winning that hockey game. But then after that, we walked over and lined up after the game was over when the closing ceremonies were starting. And in that line, we got to hear Nickelback play and sort of see through like our entryway. We could sort of see it. And then they came out and walked along the line and high-fived everybody in the line. So that's why my friend just took my arm and stuck my hand out and said, high five! And yeah, that was that. She does not generally respond to emotional appeals, is slow to trust others, and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She has a greedy streak, and she can often feel lustful. She's brave in the face of imminent danger and can handle stress. She tenses up when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally sees artful speech and eloquence as a wasteful form of deliberate deception, and treats it as such, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Wow. She likes earthenware and brass and onyx and chimpanzee tooth and the color moss green. Pineapple plants for their fruit and the sight of the azure petals. Impossible prefers to consume cuttlefish, spelt beer, and pendant amaranth flower. And absolutely hates large roaches. Your mother is Alf, and your father is Alex Dether. And, welcome to the fort. You were born here. So your high fives were insecure? No, I was looking in the other direction and didn't realize they were coming towards us. And my friend stuck my arm out and spun me around. And then I held my hand out. Did she also like grasshoppers for their chirps? I don't see that here, but... Oh, I see. Grasshoppers for their chirping. Oh, no, you're right. Color moss green and grasshoppers for their chirping. Cool. All right, so this is going to be my hospital, which kind of sucks and is tiny right now, but let's see what we actually have in here. Don't have any soap just yet. Because I don't actually have any hollow just yet. Because it seems like this task keeps getting canceled, but that's fine. I'm also just going to queue up some more rock pots. Gonna make them out of rock salt, and we'll make 50. We're actually starting to run out of rocks, which is kind of crazy. And I'm going to build another squad. Let's do a Marksdorf squad. I'm actually just going to assign somebody random here. And just reassign you to archery, and we'll change this and be more specific about it later. Would you be any good as a Marksdorf leader? You are sickly, clumsy, and weak. Nope. All right. I do have an expert Marksdorf. Would you be any good for this? Dreams of mastering skill is appalled by merrymaking, parties, and other such worthless activities. You seem like you're fun at parties. I mean, what? Doesn't really see the point of working hard, and dreams of mastering a skill. You are an expert Marksdorf. She can be very single-minded and does not go out of her way to help others. She doesn't understand what's stressful. Ugh. I will leave you as the leader regardless. How about you, Dastot? You're tanning a hide. You want excitement. Well, that's good. He never feels discouraged. Likes to brawl. That's good. Also, when it comes to Marksdorfs, I usually just let them train in melee. And just learn dodging, basically. And then learn when doing live fire, which is pretty efficient, I find. Personally finds friendship burdensome and finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. Likes native silver and fire agate, as well as custard apple, wood, and sloth leather and maces, as well as shields, rings, and alpacas for their jutting teeth, and the sea nettle jellyfish for their beauty and the sound of the desert of luxury, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven wine and round limes and absolutely hates lizards. Yeah, you'll be fine. Oh, we finally got a mayor. Onal Baumrekkertob has been elected mayor. That's great. Except I'm going to go here and just say, use crossbows, and we're going to call this crossbows. Except you are going to use any material shields. Confirm and save uniform. Then this whole squad we're going to assign to crossbows, so that they don't use bows, because I don't want them using bows. And then I'm going to go here, and I'm going to make iron crossbow. And we're going to make iron bolts. We're going to make 40 of them. And my Marksdwarves are going to train in a barracks up here. And so I've got the Gilded Beans and the Beans of Bolting. Do with that knowledge what you will. And I need to make a Farmer's Guild. I also need more bedrooms. So let's do more bedrooms first. Farmer's Guild's lower priority. It's bedroom time. I'm also going to just adjust my blinds so I don't get blasted with a ray of sunlight.
Sweet.
It's been pretty cloudy today, but there's been a bit of sun peeking out just now. Gloves, thanks for the 36th month. Welcome back, mate. So all of the sieges are a little bit different. Auxanthium. Or not Auxanthium, Electra. They are all a little bit different. However, the ones that got the biggest changes are the humans, who can now bring battering rams. The dwarves, who can now dig and build battering rams. And I think they can build battering rams. I know they can dig. And the goblins, which can dig, build battering rams. The biggest change that they all got is they can all bring historical figures as part of their sieges now. Meaning, you'll get like the king or queen, or the general, or in the case of the elves, the druid, who's like basically their king or queen figure. You could get like the first lady, or like battle barons and stuff like that for humans. The biggest changes are how they behave in like formation and how they actually assault the fortress. So before they would all just kind of attack at once. The elves still focus on ambushing primarily, but are going to work with a little bit more teamwork and self-preservation than they would before. Or than they did before. Because like, basically it was a morons charge straight into the enemy once they were discovered, but now they will be a little bit more self-preserving. And try not to die as quickly as they did before. That is an awful bedroom. I'm going to get rid of that. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for Gloves, keeping that sub alive for 36 whole months? And yeah, the Beans of Music is my faction. So everybody in this fortress is in the music of beans. That can be my Farmer's Guild if they get around to it. Hey, Clino. How's Clino? Can you plant beans? They're an above ground crop. I'm not doing any above ground farming at the moment. 6 hour mark? Yeah, I said like if you're back within 8. Welcome back. How's Clino today? Seems like things are calming down post-release. Has there been any increased activity on the subreddit? Out of curiosity? Because I've definitely had some increased activity on the YouTube channel. Although it's mostly shorts, which is like... But whatever. Still shorts. Still good. It's all bean themed. Well, the reason this fort's all bean themed is because I can't remember the exact name of it, but it's like Dung something. The Jackal of Beans is the name of the creek that this fortress is on. And the area that we settled in is a savanna called the Plains of Odors, or the Plains of Odor. And that was just too funny to pass up. So thus I named the fortress Trumpetbeans, and the rest is beans. Oopsies. Mostly beans. I mean, I like beans. Beans are good. But I've never fully... Maybe I'm just not old enough, but I've never really fully encountered issues with being gassy after consuming beans. Maybe like large portions of kidney beans, but I have to eat a lot of beans for it to really have an effect on me. But maybe this is one of these things where it's like, my back doesn't hurt. Made chili the other day. Was it cool? Sorry. Kind of flu-ish. I think I'm about to lay down for a while, but Twitch put you in a timely, goes 7 streams in a row or whatever. Yeah, no, that's fair. I have like a mild head cold, which is enough that my nose is running consistently enough that it's annoying. But it's not annoying or much of enough of a problem for me to stop streaming. So, yeah, it's like I have a slight head cold. Yeah, they can just use bumbles. That's fine for right now. Gra, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hello. Both woke up sick today. It is that time of year, yeah. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beer for Gra and friends showing up at the channel? Appreciate you, Gra. What were you up to today? What are we playing? What were you strumming? Of course, presuming I can ask. Unless it's a big secret, in which case, well, not much I can do. Or as we say in this fortress, spill the beans! In like 5 or 6 months, oh boy. Yeah. Gotta love, like, annoying... Good on you for calling in, though, I will say that. It's nothing quite like just annoying, mild, cold season. Blech. Although it could be a flu, actually, and maybe I just got the flu shot early enough. Who knows? Being scavengers and astronauts. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Still in the astronaut. Still in the Astra role. It's good to know. That's still a game that I need to check in on eventually. Because your joints are starting to ache? Ah, yeah. If you got the chills, then that sounds like the flu. Well, Godspeed. Get well soon. I wouldn't wish that on anybody except for maybe Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk. So, get well soon, dude. It's usually baked beans that make you gassy and not other kinds of beans as far as I know. So I make beans like kind of a lot, but I don't ever make baked beans. Like I eat green beans like all the goddamn time. And in the winter, I always have frozen green beans because they're one of those vegetables that like freeze better than a lot of other things. And I always have like black beans and kidney beans and stuff in either cans or just dried. And I eat those pretty frequently, but like I never have baked beans, so maybe that's it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is somebody so pissed? Oh. I was gonna say, is this just like full of dead troglodytes? Because if so, that's grim. I think I'm going to lock these dwarves underground. For a moment. Connect that, turn on this, pull that, and then pull this. We're just going to get rid of these troglodytes. Oh, would also help if I connected them. Now I feel really dumb. We're about to get hit by an ad. I'm going to run and grab me a boiled egg, I think. Okay, I'm out of. Never mind. Well, I'll just leave these dwarves underground for a wee bit, because I think they need the break regardless. So feel free to hang out in the tavern with these dwarves, chat. I will be back in a moment after I've eaten a boiled egg. They're going to lay down. You have a good night. Snooze good. Leno. BRB, chat. Hey, Homans is here. Cool beans. And they brought elephant. Or at least they brought elephants to trade, which means they'd be scary to fight with, probably. Is that rhino trained? Yes. And then the other thing I would like to trade is go up to here and hit X. If I have any used clothing. Just a big old ammo bin. We'll bring a big old ammo bin. Human. Yes, indeed. Is this boat murdered? I wonder if there's any boat murdered references in major zoos around the world. Like, actually, genuinely, I wonder. I don't know why this dwarf is suddenly super pissed. Like, this dwarf is extremely upset. Maybe you literally just, like, walked past this once, and it just, like, demolished you. We also have a mayor that I need to satisfy fully, so let's get this sorted first. And go, all right, where am I going to put the mayor's office? Where am I going to put the mayor's office? I think maybe go up and around this over here. And then put the mayor's office, like, somewhere on this side, mayhaps? I think is kind of what I'm thinking. Office in the back hallway? Well, I don't... Sort of like the last fort that I did, I don't really plan on this being the entrance forever. I usually, like, go into a fort assuming I'm going to build a bigger entrance. That doesn't mean I always end up actually building the bigger entrance that I go into the fort intending to build. But I would still like it. The human head treasurer, they have much to share, and I'm going to just keep asking them to bring me... coal is what I'm going to ask for. It's also really nice that they're bringing elephants, because elephants can carry a fuck lot more than, like, just horses can. So it's really nice of them. They want backpacks, which I'll most certainly forget about. Just waiting for my trader to get up here. So I will buy that coal, which is very cheap, but they unfortunately didn't bring much of it. Also buy the wood. I'm also going to buy the ropes, so I don't have to worry about making those. Let's buy some instruments, because why not? Iron toy boat, maybe a toy axe as well for the kids. They brought an eagle. Well, I don't really need an eagle. However, I think I do need to actually buy those cages. Because I got a lot of weight that I got to deal with. Native gold block, very heavy. Maybe the cheese? Huh, I wish I could sort this by weight. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get enough weight out of their inventory to be able to sell them that rhino. All right, won't sell them the Rhino then. Thankfully, I do still have things I can put points into. Let's buy some leather. And some cloth. Maybe just more leather then. Trade? Sweet. Friend, fan. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. You barely understand it? Is that because of, like, a language barrier? Or is that because, like, you just don't understand this game? I mean, that'll come with time. But thank you very much, regardless. Glad you enjoy it. So this could be a farmers guild. Farmers guild. And this also part of the Farmers Guild. The Field of Beans. It's a different kind of dream. It's my Farmers Guild. And what's the value of that? That has to be higher. Come on. I suppose that this maybe isn't... Wait, what? Maybe if I get rid of this zone? What's the value of you now? 42. That's wild. That the millstone only gets the value of the mechanism that it's connected to? That's actually kind of insane. Okay, well, I mean, more you know. Today I learned artifact millstones only have the value, the room value of the mechanism that's attached to them. Which seems insanity. You would like a beardless dwarf if available? Can do, Rin. We'll give you the happiest dwarf in the fort. Unless you just want me to call it Rin or something. Kevin Costner. Maybe not Kevin Costner, maybe more like Bim Costner, but... Actually, no. It would be not Kevin. It would be Kivish Cost Maker. Baker? Cost Baker. Yes, we'll do that. Very curious and sometimes to her detriment. She finds humor in most situations. She occasionally overindulges and she has little... she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She is grateful when others help her out and she tries to return favors. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She often is cheerful and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She has a sense of duty, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and her body becomes very still when she's thinking hard, and she has a habit of licking her lips. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. You know, honestly, I feel like Field of Beans should be like a parody DLC of Field of Dreams for Farm Sim. Can do. Personally thinks that introspection is valueless and those that waste time in self-examination are deluded fools. And she dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. She likes lay pewter and crystal frays, as well as alpaca leather and pigtail fabric. Crowns armadillo men for their thick, bony armor and armor plates. In the words of the Aquamarine Luxuries are the sound of the intricate berry and when possible prefers to consume common snapping turtle, herring, and dwarf cheese, as well as longland beer, and absolutely hates hamsters. Taters is her husband. Tyr is her child. The fully named family. If you build it, they will dwarf. I mean, what? This can be mayor's office. And this can be the Maynard's mayor's dining hall. And I'm going to go back down to here and start construction. The grenade room? I guess it kind of looks like a grenade. No, we retired the last fort. But this fort is going to be getting a lot closer to sieges sooner than later. There we go. Now you can go pick up equipment. As it should be. Ah, requires fuel. Well, you know, actually, I'm just going to go into here and do this. I'm just going to send this job to both of them. Which is just going to simply be when the amount of refined coal is too low and the amount of logs is too high. Less than 25 and greater than 25. And you also... well, what I need to do is I need to go up to here. Chop down a bunch of trees. Keep clearing space. And you need to pause this. That's what we need to do. It's a cool look anyway. Yeah, it wasn't intentional. What do I want to see added next? Whatever Tarn wants to work on next. Jokes aside, I'm curious about those temple defenses and magic sorcerers that Tarn talked about. Fukar, would you be good in the military? Or novice axe dwarf? Send you with resources, refuse to expend any extra effort, flight's fancy, practical. She thinks she's important. Somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Dreams of creating her over. You would be terrible. Why am I thinking, though, that this peasant would be good? Dabbling observer, wants excitement, wants to be extravagant. Respects martial prowess. He'll do fine. That's what you want to see. And leather quivers. It's something I need to make 10 more of. We'll accept the Farmers Guild because I'm sort of making it. As in the field of beans. I'm under the assumption right now that the dwarves are probably starting to question the naming decisions in this fortress, but I mean, hey. What ability do they really have to question the great work of their glorious leader? Yeah, I don't actually know what's up with that dwarf. They didn't fail a mood or anything. From what I can tell, they saw my corpse pile once and like have had a panic attack, and it kind of sucks, but there isn't too much I can do about it. It's like kind of odd, actually. Like, they just saw a bunch of dead troglodytes one day, and now their life is ruined. And we'll have to keep an eye on if they sort themselves out with time or not. I do actually have quite a few good surgeons in this fort, which is nice. Yeah, we'll just go with that group. This needs some work, but we're working on it slowly. You're always forgetting something related to their job, like cages or chains for Dungeon Master. Yeah, that's fair. I often forget to increase the number of chains for Dungeon Masters. Usually what I try to do is just right off the bat make 6, so that I can't forget, because like I already have 6. Or like just make 20. So I was like, well, you can't be mad at me. I do also have this bad habit of leaving the broker in the trade depot for way too long. And them getting hungry and stuff, which is not great. Let's just lock that door. Till more eggs hatch. And some more migrants arrive. Excellent. More fodder for the cannons. I mean, squads. How do you feel about combat? Dwarf dislikes examples of... Basically, dwarves that are, like, not fearful in the face of imminent danger or prone to brawling or respect martial prowess are dwarves that I want in the military. Or dwarves that just have a bunch of skill anyways. Because that's convenient. You have good traits for it. You dream of raising a family. He's trusting. He tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. He does not go out of his way to help others. He tends to avoid crowds. Is confident in his abilities. You'll be fine. Also, most recent migrants here down there. They show up in the order of arrival. You find the pursuit of skill mastery off pudding. Just grab a pick then. You're a potter. Looks like we've satisfied the Farmers Guild request. Likes to take it easy. Very comfortable around everybody. In terms of raising a family. Low willpower. Yeah, we'll let you go. High social willness, willpower, and good analytical ability. In terms of crafting masterwork, nope. Clumsy, not trusting, finds blind honesty foolish. You can go. Oh, well, the hateful community now requires a temple complex and a high priest because the value of their religion has gone up such. That really is a popular faction, or religion, I guess. Which also means I probably need to make some more beds. Or bedrooms, I suppose. Got one singular steel bar at the moment. Let's just make iron shields, I guess. Because they're cheaper. Don't cost as much coal. We're now also making lye into soap. Oh, you want me to save the game? Can do. This fort does not grow beans, no. I tend to walk to the grocery store, but if you gotta run, you gotta run. How much longer am I gonna stream for? I usually go for about 8 hours-ish. It's been 6.5. With a tavern keeper, easy fix, and they live there now? Well, yes and no, because they would leave the trade depot whenever the traders leave. Like, they only do that when there's traders stuck there, right? I'm actually just going to make a farmer shop real quick and just set this up to make cheese whenever there's cheese available. So that zone is this. This is the one that needs to be a temple complex. Let's go like one of these. Let's go like... Well, I'll accept it first. See what the value of this is at the moment. It's 2,495. I need to get it up quite a bit. Joe's Calzone, but all it has on the menu are fish and chips. Hey, Calzone was his last name. Okay, not the type of food he wanted to make. I, for one, stand with Joe Calzone and feel bad for Joe Calzone. Also, you say that like it's a real place and you speak with experience. I should return to DF one day. You got sucked into Farthest Frontier for a long time? How long of a time? I need to go back to that game because that game looks cool in its final state. Although I have a few games like that right now where I'm like, I need to go back to that, but you know, this patch came out, so. I would say that this is probably the best time to get back into Dwarf Fortress. And that's not even me being like, hey, play Dwarf Fortress because that's how I make a living. I mean, I'm also saying that, but also, with that bias aside, the game's just in a really good spot right now. I think like even people who like are much more casual as well will get more out of it currently just because it is in such a good spot. I have like 900. Holy shit, wow. That's a lot of time. I played it when it first released in early access and thought it had a lot of promise, and I don't think I've played it since. So. In regards to Farthest Frontier. If anybody's confused about what I'm talking about, it be that. Yeah, no, it's on cooldown because it was last redeemed 15 minutes ago. I'm starting to think that like it's not clear when it's on cooldown and it just seems like it's out, like people just think it's off or broken. But yeah, usually when people ask, it's because it's on cooldown. Except for like the once in a blue moon situation where it's actually broken and then it's just frustrating. Because I don't have a way to fix it. Well, I need to make more bedrooms, it looks like. Let's just get this mayor sorted. It just says out of stock. Yeah, I don't think it communicates it particularly well on desktop either, because I'm pretty sure it also just says out of stock. Which, you know, could be a lot better, but it is what it is. A wood burner withdraws from society named Dakost. And Dakost claims a clothes shop and grabs cloth. These are all dyed cloth. Oh shit! I think they fixed dyed... Or maybe they didn't. They used to not know that cloth was dyed if you bought it, but they do seem to be sorting it now, slowly. which is cool. That's good to know. Let's make coffee bean dye. And I don't know. I don't really want to make dark. I don't really want to make stuff out of... Let's do spinach leaf dye. I don't really want to make dye out of wood. Wouldn't it be like skull bone marrow dye clothes if it was on brand? But yeah, I guess coffee. I mean, I do like coffee. It does have a cooldown tag? Yeah, I don't know. Either people are just ignorant or they miss it, though. This is Trumpetbeans. You are correct. Well, we are in the Plains of Odor, and I can't remember the exact name of it, but the creek on the surface of this map, right here, is the Jackal of Beans. And so we've decided to just commit to the bean theme. So that is the reason for Trumpetbeans being very much of a beanie fort. Bit of a beanie baby, if you will. Yeah, it's the dump thing of beans. The dump thing, yeah, of beans and stuff. If not bean-shaped, then why bean? Well, can't help. Gosh, hold up. Gross. All right, cool. Sorry, I've got a bit of a running noise. I would prefer to have a walkie-talkie nose, but this is what I get, so. All right, kiddo, don't go outside and die, please. Ooh. Dakos, the woodburner, has created Orshahorrun, a sleek linen cape. Probably means it doesn't have a sprite, right? No. But this is a sleek linen cape. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of rope reed and oval borax cabochons. It is made from linen cloth, and the thread is woodland green with olive bark dye. This object is adorned with hanging rings of linen. That's pretty dope. I'm gonna give that to the mayor. How's the value of this coming along? To 43. Some random instruments I could chuck in here. Could also go down to gem windows. Make some gem windows. That is the second cape. The first one was a normal cape. This one is a thin cape. I'm going to go up to here as well. Put 2 tables and 2 thrones up here. And this is going to be the office dedicated to the mayor. Which may actually be part of the problem with that really upset dwarf, but where are you exactly? Yeah, you're just trying to find the really upset dwarf. Yeah, the really upset dwarf's just trying to find the mayor, from what I can tell. Like a Motorola? I don't know what a Motorola chirps like, but I don't chirp, I don't think. No, I just simply have a little bit of a head cold. That is, like, not bad enough to, like, not work, but it's bad enough that it's annoying. And so I'm just clearing my nose, is what I'm doing when I mute my microphone like that. But I don't know what Trumpetbeans would be. It's supposed to be a fart joke, but... Nope, no idea what walkie-talkie nose is. It's definitely a reference that I don't get. Which is all good. I mean, there's plenty of references I don't get. Obscure or not. It's been going around. Yeah, last year I got walking pneumonia, which sucked. Like, I would wake up and cough so badly that, like, I thought I was going to die for a couple of minutes. Like, it was horrible. But thankfully, I don't think it's this. I'm already on, like, the improving line. It basically, like, started, like, Monday night this week. I do recall that in regards to the chirps. But I don't really remember it being referred to as a walkie-talkie nose. How's Adventure Mode? It's virtually the same as it has been. The last time Adventure Mode got real content added was when Mark's Dwarves were changed, how they worked mechanically. When was that? What, like midsummer? So it's been a while since anything was really added or changed in Adventure Mode. Dining hall up here is also going to be assigned to the mayor. Let's just jump to the mayor. Reassign their bedroom to somebody else. Which is right here. Let's go to this pissed off dwarf. And this can be the mayor's bedroom. No, I said I wish I could talk without my nose trying to kill me, but... And that I had to clear my nose, but... I don't recall saying that? So someone must have misheard something. Pneumonia, but it doesn't really feel like it? I gotcha. This doesn't feel anything like that. This is just all of the symptoms of a very minor head cold. So. Alana, thanks for the raid. Holy shit. Welcome, Raiders. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? If you guys don't know Alana, Alana's lovely. Plays a lot of RimWorld, and sometimes chat lets her play other games. It's like me with Dwarf Fortress, but with RimWorld. And, streams before me, so you can watch both of us in theory. Mods, can I get a shout out for Alana? Thank you much, mods. What are you guys up to today? Are you RimWorlding or something else? Not always a unicorn, just sometimes. Doing Nassis, gotcha. So you're never going to cease doing Nassis? I've heard people mention Nassis in the wild, like... I've heard people babbling about it just, like, outside when I'm out and about. And it's like, oh, wow. You know that, like, a game is doing well when you hear about it in, like, normie people town. Also, hi, Jess. I'm starting to feel like this was a plan. If you guys don't know Jess, you should also go give Jess a follow. Jess is lovely. Thanks for the resub,
Dino
Jess.
Dance Jez Raid Jez Jam 100 stroke out.
Making my mods work.
Jez Jam Jez Raid.
Actually, just
Dino
making my
Dance.
mods work, not even overtime. This bedroom is going to be given to my new mayor, the recently elected mayor. Still wants an armor stand and a weapon rack, which is fine because I need to make those anyway. Let's do 15. And 15 and just make them all out of the same color. Rock salt it'll be. Can't shout out Jess for a minute. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Thank you very much for the raid, Jess. I presume that you were doing the thing that Alana said that you were doing, because that would mean that you are, in fact, not lying about what you were doing. Now we have a witness, so we know it's truthful. I can't accuse you of playing, I don't know, what's What's a game that would be funny but also kind of embarrassing to be playing? I don't know. Shower with your dad simulator. It's pretty nifty. I've heard like nothing but good things about that game. Jess was totally playing Raid Shadow Legends. Right, okay, that's even better. Thank you. Phasmo? Yes. You know, when Phasmo first came out, I thought people were suddenly getting way into Phantasmagoria, and I was like very confused. And then realized it was a video game called Phasmophobia. I did for a hot minute there think that people were just like misspelling Phantasmagoria. I'm gonna get rid of all these walls. I'm gonna replace them with iron walls. I'm not knocking it, it's just one of those games that's like maybe a little bit silly to say that you're playing it, you know? I have a neighbor named Curtis, Fido. And Curtis is the owner of an actual real-life gremlin, a Sphinx cat. Got a very grumpy face. A puzzle of flesh, exactly, yes. Five of your dwarves just became religious leaders after exploring an empty monastery. Oh, that's neat. They all found God. It's kind of cool. Can't have been that empty then. Let's do that, and this, and that. She's hella floofy? Yeah, I mean, you'd have to ask, a member of chat about that. Well, the guy remembers it being a rat, ends up being a rat. I don't remember a part where somebody ends up being a rat, Lily Markey, but I do recall it being a fever dream. See how many gems we can fit into this. Once sent a full squad out to raid a place for this artifact that they brought back a whole new religion to the fort, and all assumed positions. Goes to Overworld, looks for abandoned monastery. At least ones with artifacts in them. Let's go get some books. Watch us get attacked the literal second I do this. Also, I need to pull this. They're just holy now? Oh. Well, I mean, I want the artifacts if I can get them. They very rarely have necromancy tomes at those, but I always check my books first. My war dogs are doing work out here, it seems. Yeah, no, I've definitely sent squads out to raid places before, and then like killed my own monarch, which is always weird. But the reason that happens is because like your monarch may not actually be in your faction. So I've definitely like sent it out, and it's like they've killed so and so and so. So I was like, hold on a second, check my queen, and then the queen's somebody else, and it's like, oh, I think I just killed my queen. Our queen betrayed us and was working for the goblins this whole time, which actually means they probably got kidnapped as a child and inherited the right of queen while being part of the goblin faction because dwarves are dumb. It's just an ordinary book called Secrets of the Dead. You know what would be really funny if it was called Secrets of the Dead and literally was just like a book about somebody learning the secrets of life and death that has nothing to do with the secrets of life and death. Because I've absolutely seen books that look like they should be the Necronomicon by all counts before, and then absolutely are not. Those are maybe my favorites. Fucking love them. Dwarves are an extinct species of beast. No, they're mushrooms. It's like a well-known fact. Dwarves are mushrooms. Let's just encrust some furniture with cut gems. Let's just do that. You know what's crazy, chat? I think we're running out of boulders. Pretty sure this is all that we have left. We've had Force of Giants wielding stone slabs with the Secrets of Life and Death as a bludgeoning weapon. That happens more often than it should. By that I mean that happens pretty frequently. At least I've seen it happen a lot. And the cool thing about when they do that is dwarves can't read it. But it's always fun reading the legends about how it got there. Tree Uncovered was looted. Forest Retreat was looted. Alright, well, we looted some stuff. Not much. We just need the bigger squad to come back as well. I guess now it's time to build a library. Also, I think we're going to have another party song. Yep. So something that I could do with this tavern, because it is giant, is make half of it into a library. That, or I could just make a separate library. What do you think, chat? Separate library, or just repurpose part of this giant space into a library? Seemed appropriate? Yeah, it's fair. I think I canceled this song by making them do something else too quickly. Let's increase this. Whatever I wish, me lord. Well, okay. Noted. Giant tavern. Well, it seems to be do whatever you like, boss. One in favor of repurposing and one in favor of giant taverning. So this has been a completely useless vote. But I like this. More City. It's an essay entitled More City, authored by Vudsdom. It concerns the start of the prophet human Vuzdom die pacts in Boyhamd in 63. It's self-indulgent. In other news, the dwarves have arrived to trade once more. And, huh? I have a ghost? What the hell happened? Did you get crushed by a drawbridge? Huh. Must have been squished. I'm not going to name the ghost, because that would be a waste of your name. Zombie Fidel Castro. So if you'd like to name a dwarf, I'll do that, but I'm not going to name that ghost. Because that ghost is going to get memorialized and then no longer be a ghost. Hunter? I don't think I have any hunters. I literally don't have any assigned. I could give you a crossbow dwarf. Beard or no beard? I don't have any rhinos. Spotted tango. What do you want me to name it? Did you want me to name it Dungarth, or did you want it like your username? Dungarth? Okay. Archportent is a good last name. He never feels discouraged, finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He has an active sense of humor, and he is very stubborn. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and could be considered rude. He likes to brawl, and he is slow to trust others. He is assertive and does not often feel lustful. He tends to think before acting and is moved by art and natural beauty, and he's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he lives a fast-paced life, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly and is curious and eager to learn. He speaks deliberately when he's angry and bites his nails when he's nervous. Dreams of creating a great work of art. And personally finds friendship burdensome and finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. Likes native silver and aluminum and fire agate and custard apple and the sloth leather, maces and shields and rings and alpacas for their jutting teeth. Sea nettle jellyfish for their beauty and the sound of the desert of luxury, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven wine and round limes. And hates lizards. My Auntie Tholtig exists. And King of Pudding is your uncle. This person's got quite the name. Is your cousin. And you worship several gods. Welcome to the fort. You need to bury the dwarf that tried to go swimming earlier. Yeah, that'd be wise. I'd recommend it. I think I will sell some more bone bolts. Turns out they are a pretty good trade good. Not all of them, just some of them. Actually, I'll sell all the ones that aren't in bins. You should be able to get more armor and gear. More ammo's coming in. They say, let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward. I've come in power to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Can you imagine the trade wagons? Of course, there are responsibilities, and the nobility must live well. Well. I'm gonna think on that one. Chat, what do you think? Should we go for barony? They would be able to bring us a lot more lignite. And that would be nice. Any idea whom to make Baron? I have zero fucking idea. I need to look. I haven't really been thinking about it, to be completely honest with you. What about you, Rin? You and Taters, maybe? Likes picks and crowns. I could do that. What about Taters? You like scepters and that's it. Yeah, we could do that. What do you think, chat? Does Baron Taters sound better, or does Baroness Rin sound better? Who? Amir? Or Nil Diamond. I mean, Nil's my manager, right? Nil, what do you like? He likes quivers and bolt thrower. Nope. Nope, don't want to do bolt thrower parts. Sorry. Tater? Baron for Tater? Tater for Baron? Baron Tater. Baron Tater it is. Name's Tater. Baron Tater. The third. T first. I'm going to go up to here, and we're going to request more metal ore. I'm going to request lignite, I think. They want amulets. Okay. And I'm going to go down to here and say, make coke from lignite. So need some more crutches, it looks like. Oh, hi, Mark.
Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
You can now use my proper Tommy Wiseau emote. Crypt Y. Welcome back for third month, Mark. Appreciate you. Thanks for thinking about me with that Prime sub. And helping keep the channel funded. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then over here, I'm going to give this squad a break in a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, wow. Oh, I see. I missed one at the top. And then this squad is going to be extended to all the way up to there. Except you. I'm going to remove all this. And this squad is going to also store their stuff here. Also going to throw one of these in here. I'm going to presume that that slab is ready to go, and I will chuck that into here, because presumably it's ready to go. This over here ain't quite valuable enough yet. Ooh, there's a grate in there that's covered in gems. Let's throw that in here. Hey, Jack, can I get a round of beers for Mark? Keeping that subscription alive for a third month. It'll be a Duke-tater. I actually can't say that word. Because if I say that word, Ig the Viking, that you wrote, even though I think it's funny, YouTube will demonetize my whole VOD for the day and I will get no revenue from it unless somebody super chats. I literally can't say that word, which sucks. There we go. Ghost has been put to rest. I mean, I was once discussing, like, the pushing back of lands using dirt and Holland and, like, how we do that here in Richmond over on the mainland. And, yeah, I got bopped because I had a dwarf that had a dwarf... I had a character in a fort that had that as part of their last name. I know, but I still can't say it. Like the Viking. I can't say dictator, though. Are they still useful? They do the same thing they've always done, although you might be in an ad. Are you able to get dwarves to write in the library? Yep. You've never seen them write anything? I have a question. Do you assign scribes? Because scholars are the only dwarves that can write new things, and they'll only write new things if they make a discovery. So they have to plunder for a while and then make a discovery, and there's a little light bulb notification that pops up. Once they've made a discovery, they can then write with the necessary materials in a library. But unless they've made a discovery, they are incapable of writing. Then scribes can write, but they can only write copies of books that you already have. So have I had dwarves write things? Sure, when they make discoveries, but that's pretty rare. Maybe I just need to make this bigger. Just kind of don't want to. I don't have a ton of super valuable materials around. It's just iron and steel and some zinc. There's also that, yeah, choirs or scrolls. If the body's on the map, yeah, you can use them. Yeah, it'll stop the ghosts at the very least. I mean, the dwarves will get upset when they see the body, but I mean, that's better than nothing. Just gonna do meals monthly. We're just gonna do 20 of them. 20 lavish meals monthly. So these dwarves can start getting nicer foods. And now that this is all in here, turn that off and set them to off duty. Well, actually, let's just set them to monthly orders. Yeah, let's do that. So that they on and off train. So when they're off duty, they will go store their gear up in here. Oh, geez. Now they're just watching dodging demonstrations. I'll just take them properly off duty for a bit just so that they can go claim new pants and stuff. But first I'll let them go grab this stuff. Can they still haunt the fortress? So I have multiple conspiracy theories about this, but technically no. So if they're not a citizen and they die, they shouldn't haunt your fortress. But I have a theory that if neutral entities die, they can, you just don't see them. And the reason I say that is because I've had things get toppled before after having, you know, hundreds of neutral entities die on my map. But they're not things that I've built. So, like, I've had wagons randomly get toppled when there's no enemies on the map before. And for a while there, I was theorizing and being a conspiracy person's in this game, thinking that maybe that's what was happening, but I don't actually think that's true. It's just me spitballing bullshit, mostly. Steel armor is not going to go in here. So they should just get left. This over here is going to be the library, so let's get to it. Spooky, yeah. I mean, most of it is just me bullshitting, but like, it wouldn't actually surprise me if that was a thing that could happen. Like, kind of at all. So hopefully this leads to more mudstone and microcline eventually. And also, to those of you who go, weapon racks don't work. Armor stands don't work. Citation needed. They do work. They do absolutely work. The problem is they will then go get all the weapons and put them in bins if there's a weapon stockpile available, which means I should go here, go to weapons, and then go to metal, and then go to steel, and turn that off. Because I'd like those to be separate. Because if you have a stockpile with that item permitted, then they will move it from the stockpile to there. So if you just simply remove it from the stockpile, or that material from the stockpile, then it won't be a problem. The Helix of Speakfence. Speakfence and enter is a day's travel to the east and incorporated into your holdings. Ooh. That's useful. All right, well, let's go to over here, and I'm going to queue up a bunch more bedrooms. But literally, that's them working as intended, Macala Blaster. It's up to you to micromanage your stockpiles if you want them to function. It's just one of those things that I will forever be kind of amused by, because it's like, well, they do work. You just have to, like, make them. You have to, like, set everything up accordingly so that they work. It's like with many things in Dwarf Fortress, where it's like, well, it works, it's just not intuitive. Because I only want steel armor left in the barracks, so it makes perfect sense why I would restrict everything other than steel armor in the barracks. Talking about how there's too much management? I mean, I think it's actually the reason why Dwarf Fortress has DF Hack at such a high level of popularity as it does, is because the people that are often attracted to Dwarf Fortress don't want that type of micro, and they want the game to be more automated, which is funny because whenever the developers automate the game, people get mad. It's like, there's a portion of the community that's like forever like mortally offended and angered at the fact that they like simplified how job assignments work, which in my opinion has been nothing but a positive thing for the game. But at the same time, like, when there's more fundamental, like, common things that people presume don't work because they just miss how you're supposed to set them up, it's, like, referred to as broken all the time. It's like, well, it's not broken. It's just, you just don't want to put the time in to make it, to do it the way the game wants you to do it. Which I guess is fair. Like, then it could be considered broken in that it's poorly explained. Like, in order for it to work, you have to limit your stockpiles essentially, and so like I could see that as being like a way to refer to something as being broken, but I don't know. It's hard to tell in some cases whether or not it's the game's fault or just like for being too obtuse, or if it's just like it's referred to enough as being broken and doesn't work that like people just take it as complete fact. Do also have a few upset dwarves now. Necron Tier being one of them. What are you upset about? Okay, so it's mostly all these dead troglodytes. Like, I need better corpse disposal. Hold on. What does this have to do with making 500 steel picks? I mean, if you, like, set up a repeating order and are a dummy, okay, cool. That's on you. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about this. So I have no idea how those two things are relevant. I mean, also, I don't really see the problem there. Is, like, worst case scenario, you just have a really good weaponsmith. Came in mid-conversation? Right. Yeah, no, I was talking about that. Also, I think that it's a good thing that this game allows you to accidentally make 500 picks, like that one fortress where I made 1,400 tables. Because I started a dwarf making tables and set it to repeat and then forgot about it. And then, like, 6 months later in game, I had hundreds of tables. It was over 1,000 tables. And it was genuinely one of the funniest things I've ever had happen to me in this game, so I don't know. Get a sense of humor. How you designed the ground level entrance of this fort? So this is the entrance right here. It goes up. Oops, sorry, that just took me over here. I'll pause the game. It goes up through this light aquifer, allowing water to trickle down and in, so that the dwarves get showered sometimes, which is what's keeping the mood so good. And then it goes up out here to up top, and then down through here, down into the fort. That's the entrance to this fort. And then this is the actual layout currently. I've got bedrooms over here slowly expanding, bedrooms over here slowly expanding. This is my tavern and what's soon going to be an artifact hold. This is me coughing. This is my library. It's my hospital. This is my mayor's office complex thingy. And I'm thinking we'll do noble's quarters over here because I have a baron that I need to satisfy. So this could be baron's throne room right there. With like a dining room back there. And maybe baron's quarters a layer below. We'll see. So that masters would be a real rarity? I'll bet you changing those numbers wouldn't be all that difficult. I think more so what you would want there wouldn't be like lowering the amount of experience you get from professions, but instead making strange moods harder to get. At least that's what I would do. Or maybe alternatively, in decreasing the amount of experience they would get from... Decreasing the amount of experience they get when... what's the word? See, they even put spears away. Decreasing the amount of experience they would get when they make an artifact. Maybe I'll get an invasion spitter. We have enough dwarves. We absolutely have enough dwarves. Toss a few additions. Oh, nope, not you. You would hate this. We've been over this. Actually, how much ammo do I have? I have 1,000 iron bolts. Excellent. Up here. Boats loaded. Bolts available. Bolts nearby assigned to squads. Okay, we're doing good. Doing good. Guild halls are funny how they increase skill so much. You've had a fortress full of legendary surgeons, none of them who've performed a surgery. I'd be willing to bet that there's a lot of people who've studied surgery who've performed no surgeries, so that probably checks out. Let's actually do wood bookcases. They won't be the highest value thing, but I just want them to look different. And you know what? I'm actually going to just say wooden bookcases. I'm not even going to specify what type of wood. I'm also going to go deep underground, maybe not that deep, just down to here. We're going to hack down some of these big mushrooms. Big mushrooms! I'm also going to build a wall right here. So these dwarves are less likely to see all those bodies. And we're going to go down through here, see how deep this went. What was that? Magnetite? Goes down to here, which is marble. Maybe not priority 1, let's just do priority 2. Priority 3 even. You know what's funny? Tarn has stated in interviews before, DS, that is intentional. That they're annoying. Like, he's stated on multiple occasions that bins are annoying intentionally. Like, they're supposed to annoy the player, which I think is a little bit frustrating, but also I respect it. Multiple legendary musicians? Oh, that's cool. Mate, you're just like right next door to Dwarf Hollywood. Makes sense to me, I don't know. You're in El Dwarf A. The profane doctrine. Now needs a temple and a priest. Great. And I haven't even satisfied this one yet. Well, let's just do it this way. Let's chuck in some pedestals. And just put some crafts on these. Nash Hill. Yes. Nish Hill. They just, or like, they all came from the human sea shanty towns. I'm gonna chuck that large radiant cut sardonyx there. Let's go, any crowns? I should have some crowns, right? Bracelets, no. Branches, no. Cheese, no. Coffins, no. Throw some gems into this. Which they may also be in these. Your main hallway bolt throwers is going amazing. Catapults are struggling, though. Catapults really do require higher skill level siege operators to be super effective, I find. Let's just go into here and go furniture. Bookcases. Let's just build close. I'm not going to be picky about material type for these tables. Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. Today I'm not. And this will be a library. First library of the fortress. Which is the creative... Trumpetbeans! Sticking with the theme. As we do. Now they can put all the books here. And King of Pudding can go be a scholar. Looks right to you. Yeah, I long for the day, Silvershe, when we can just see where the wagon can reach. I long for that day, at least in vanilla. I think that there's a command to do that in DFHack, but I want it in vanilla. All right, so you are, oh, you're a glassmaker. Right, well, in that case, let's chuck that there, and then one next to it. So if need be, I can just get some sand. So you're hopefully leveling it up. I've been trying to think about different ways to make catapults safe to train, because right now they're most certainly not. Okay, raw green glass, got it. Okay, right here. Just make a sand collection zone right there. Just say, go get me some sand. And then make raw green glass. Okay, so now I have this library up here, which includes 10 books. Interpretation of the Storage, The Goblin, Foundations of the Forest Retreat, and once you put your goblet in a bin, you can go relax. I'm also going to expand this stockpile to back here. And we're now up to 86 dwarves. Anthicarpy, thanks for 10 bucks. Can you have one on the edge of the map facing the siege? Not like off map, if that's what you're saying. I don't know. I presume you can build them at the edge of the map, but I haven't tried. I guess I don't really know what you mean by at the edge of the map facing the siege. For training? I feel like the boulder would just explode at the edge of the map. Because the problem with training is they... Okay, so when the boulder hits whatever it's shooting at, it explodes, and that can kill the dwarf that shot the boulder. And also, they friendly fire now, so the boulder can also hit the dwarfs. So they're actually a little bit dangerous to use in a training setting. So I don't know. I haven't done much testing with it. I've just used guild halls so far. I need to do more. So I'm not in the position to actually give you direct answers right now, because I actually do not know. Apologies, but it is the case. I highly doubt it would explode when outside of the map, but you're welcome to test it if you like. I feel like it would work the exact same way when you fire anything at the edge of the map, which is it hits the edge of the map like it hit a wall and falls over. I was watching an audience member of this channel years ago. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for $10 super chat in the YouTube chat? I had a viewer who years ago was trying to see if he could make a dwarf exit the map by firing them hard enough at a wall with a minecart. And the most he was able to get was managed to get a dwarf going so fast using impulse ramps that the combat log said that he collided with himself. So that's the closest we were ever able to get to that. Or that's the closest I've seen to that. So my assumption is you can't do that. It's like Dome, the Stephen King book or TV show. Bald dwarf, if possible. Do you want beard or no beard? Darker Lookvik. You're lucky that I haven't given my dwarves hats, otherwise it would be very hard to tell. Guess you're late. I mean, I have been live for 7.5 hours, so it's been a while. It's been a day. Like they saw through space-time, they were going so fast. Spotted Togo was our Tango was our theory. Okay, so bald dwarf with a beard. So I've had dwarf people ask for a bald dwarf with a beard before, and like all my dwarves have like hats and so or like caps, and so it's like impossible to tell. How's this? Dark Ovlock? Does that work for you? He imploded? Oh, he absolutely exploded, yes. No, none of the dwarves by the end of that person's testing survived the experiments. It was a very high death count. He easily becomes absorbed in art and the beauty of the natural world. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He never feels discouraged and is very greedy. He feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. He is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger and perhaps a bit foolhardily. Can I put you in a squad? He has a sense of duty, a strong sense of duty, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He can handle stress and he's stubborn. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he could be considered rude. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he mutters under his breath when he's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. Sure, cool. Dreams of raising a family and personally finds moderation and self-control to be very important. Sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. Sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. You're now a militia captain. He personally finds moderation today. He dreams of raising a family. He likes chert, black bronze, pipe opal, crystal glass, the color zesty green. I wonder what the fuck you have to mix with green to make zesty green. Anyway, zesty green, boxes, scepters, and llamas for their long necks, and the sound of the drums of ringing, and when possible prefers to consume green tree frog. What's with you and green? Dwarven wine, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Well, you don't like them because they're brown. You would have liked them if they were green. It says Gola is your minor, and your uncle is the outpost liaison. Oh, wow. You're a Nepo baby. Stone is your cousin. And, yeah. Lime juice? Oh, true. Maybe it's lime related, yeah. Maybe. But no, this was like in pre-version 44. Like, the Steam version wasn't announced when this person was doing that. Yes, we know what Tarn is working on next because he's stated what he's working on next in multiple blog posts. But the clearest way to figure out what Tarn is working on next is if you go to the patch notes right here and you click this button, and then 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 you scroll down past this, I think? Nope. Okay, never mind. You then click this button, and then you click this button. And then you click this button. I need to find where they actually write it. You gotta click this button, this button, this button, unless it just like, I went past it. It's possible I went past it. Ah, there we go. Nope, I lied. This button. Yes, no, that right here. So this was the patch notes for that version. But this right here Okay, so these are all of the things that they want to add in the siege update. So far, allow siegers to learn taking deaths, blah, 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 blah. They do that allegedly. Properly equipped soldiers should be able to build, demolish, blah, 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 blah. They do that. Kidnapped humans and dwarves should be more interesting. Not really in yet. Demon-trained sorcerers focused on siege warfare and infiltration. Not in yet. Temple, etc. based defenses for any magic that proves too annoying to combat with soldiers. Not in yet. Ranged weapon fixes. That's in. Changes to defensive siege weapons to make them more useful. That's in. That's in. Some of that's in. That's half in. Make Mega Beast and Kobold attacks more functional and interesting. Not in. Fix underground cavern attacks. Not in. And anything from combat flow. Not in. So that's what he's working on next. We're in an ad break now. How'd you miss that page? I mean, I made a video about it, but it was a while. Admittedly, it was like last spring, so maybe you saw it and forgot, or you never saw it. It's either is possible, but I mean, I've forgotten about it a couple of times. There's a similar list on Bay 12. Oh, probably, yeah. Or is it on Bay 12? Yeah, I guess you'd have to scroll back to a similar era. Or point in time. Unless it's in the dev page, because I'm actually not seeing it here. But yeah. We ready to be sieged? I don't know. It depends on what attacks us. I'm kind of amazed that we haven't been attacked yet, actually. But I'm mostly just trying to keep my squads armed and trained. So when we do inevitably get attacked by something, I can fend them off at least a little bit. We're working on it. Fancy coffers. I need this to be higher value. Have your change? I'll take your 50 pennies. Thanks for the 50 cents. Happy to oblige. Let's just throw some iron bolts on these. That'll probably satisfy the need. Okay, what else have you grabbed? Okay, you're beginning your artifact. That's good. Collect sand for a bit. Everybody's busy. It's a lot of construction jobs that I've assigned. It's in the development tab. Is it at the top of the development tab? I haven't looked at the development tab maybe in a year. Oh, I should just point people towards that because that's way more convenient. Yeah, it's literally at the top of the development tab. This is what they're actually actively working on right now, so. I mean, that's not right, whatever you linked there, but this is, would you like me to bop that? Here, I'll bop it under the brim. Just so that people don't click on unrelated wrong link. But yeah, no, this is literally what they're working on at the moment. Some dwarves are gonna get these fancy blue bedrooms. I'm already jealous. The glassmaker has created Atos Lanod Basin, a green glass floodgate, and offers it to the music of beans. I will gladly put that in this temple to satisfy the need for value. Because, my god. We're not quite there yet, but that'll get us past the brink. It's just a video of the Steam Machine. Oh, is that what that is? Okay, I thought that link looked kind of familiar. But it's all good either way. So this green glass floodgate is very valuable and satisfies the need for this. Hallelujah. So now I have a new holy sanctuary who... Ooh. I think Rusty's my new holy sanctuary. And Zaprazen is now the exalted fortification. Excellent. And, so that's one done. And now I got another temple I gotta make. God damn. I think I'll make that other temple up here. I've heard that Forgotten Beasts have been doing weird things. That's been talked about a bit today. Yes, like they are not as aggressive, like straight aggro as they used to be, which might be a good thing. I kind of like the idea of a Forgotten Beast not just running in and dying, and instead, like, making a portion of the caverns uninhabitable. You know, like, sometimes, like, people were talking earlier about, like, giants bugging out and stuff and not actually attacking the fort. I think it would be cool if sometimes they were less aggressive. Like, as, like, a sometimes thing, you know? Like, maybe some of them will just run in and attack you if they've got a bunch of kills before, but maybe they've never killed anything, or they don't have so many kills in general, and instead they're more interested in, like, hanging back and, like, playing it safe and trying to not just get murked. I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it, but... Now that is just... See, it sounds broken. That sounds broken. That certainly sounds broken. That needs to be looked at. I would, like, take that save and send it to Putnam if you can. Or just send it into the bug report room. They're having a staring contest? You know, it would explain why they lived for so long without getting any kills. It would. Because so many of them are like, man, how did you live for 1,000 years? You're made of snow. Like, I feel like that thing should be kind of scared, right? It should, like, run away from you. Like, yes, it's an ancient beast from the time before time, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's powerful. Yeah, I want them to, like, have completely random personalities in a way. Sup, Dub, Arzid Smith in YouTube chat, and also Goose. Hi, it's good to see you, mate. And Spotted Tango, thanks for the $3 minutes ago. I completely missed that. I haven't looked in a while, but I presume we've cleared the daily minimum, so I've stopped mentioning it, but I'm just going to take a peek. Yeah, we've cleared it by $9. Thumbs up. So thanks, Chad. Yesterday we, like, got almost 2 times daily minimum, so we're doing okay this week. Plus the YouTube channel is doing quite well right now, but that's just because of the recent patch and everybody's searching for Dwarf Fort, so... I've noticed more so with demons, they seem to be active right away, but if they don't find a path... Now that I've noticed. That's been a thing for a bit. Sugar bushes. Found that angels in her world made by the goddess of coasts manifests her angels as salt tarantulas? I feel like salt king crabs would be more fitting, but salt tarantulas is also kind of freaky. That's like one of my favorite things actually is like when you get an angel and okay, so for those of you who are new-ish to the game, angels used to be extremely difficult to find and only really existed in very specific areas that most people never saw. They were only in vaults before. But when the game released on Steam, they started to populate just the underground areas of the map. And for me personally, one of the freakiest fucking things ever was seeing a bunch of angels pop up. And one of the funniest things ever was all these people going, wait, there's angels in this game? They added angels? No, they've been there forever. They've been there forever! I had so many of those conversations with people. It's like, no, they've been in vaults the whole time. They've been in vault. What are vaults? That's just standard for Forgotten Beasts, DS. The no thoughts and skills part. Like sometimes they'll like feel nothing after seeing something bad happen, but they don't really have feelings. That's normal. But them standing around and not fighting with one another is weird. Not super big on that. So that's like 2 maybe bugs that we've discussed today. There's visitors seemingly breaking visitor regulations, which may or may not be a bug, and Forgotten Beasts being weird. And I know that in regards to like what Tarn's working on next, after he's finished with all the siege stuff, he's said that he's going to... I think the thing after that is upgrading adventure mode for cabins, and Tarn hasn't been totally clear on what the goal for the cabins stuff is going to be, but the gist that I get is he wants to use it as an excuse to add some more life simmy things to adventure mode. Because, like, right now, adventure mode is, like, very combat-focused. It's, like, a murder hobo simulator, essentially. And that's it. Like, the only real way that you have to interact with the world in any way is just kill shit. Which I do think is fine. But it's not, like, what most people go to games like that for these days. Unlike, you know, 1999. So, as I understand it, this god. Profane Doctrine. 12 worshippers. So, as I understand it, the plan is when cabin building is added back in, there will be upgrades made to crafting and adventure mode. That's how I understand it, anyway. Yeah, I mean, you can craft in adventure mode right now. It's just, you can make crafts. It's not exactly, like, the most engaging system of all time. So somehow these goblins still haven't noticed that I live here, and we're also at peace with them. I'm gonna solve this issue. I'm gonna go demand their, surrender and occupy. I'm gonna go demand the Gilded Beans are gonna go demand that they surrender, or we shall pull a French from the Monty Python. And the Beans of Bolting are also going to go demand tribute. That's what we're gonna do. What's the value of you right now? 1,500? All right, we're getting there. I was gonna say, like, fart in their general direction, TJ. Yeah, this fortress has been very, 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 very calm so far. All angels are hostile? Yes, except for archangels, but that's a bug. But they are hostile too once they get attacked, just not with your dwarves. Unless that's been fixed, which I presume it hasn't. Okay, that I wasn't expecting. So I just made a demand, surrender, and occupy, and they surrendered, and now we occupy them. I don't think that's ever happened before. Well, now I get to show you guys what a messenger does. Olin, congratulations, you're now my messenger. Also, apparently the goblins are offering me tribute. What the fuck is this map? I realize that I'm at peace with these goblins, but what the fuck? Excuse me, sir. Your goblins are broken and not operating correctly. Please fix. So now what happens now that I've assigned a messenger is I assign that messenger to this task, and then they go get these dwarves back. That is fucking funny as hell. For now. No, the goblins will attack me, but I've never managed to get them to be peaceful with me. Anyway, let's see how this actually went. Wild. The thief of, I can't read that, of the Dungeon of Warmth surrendered to ruthless carnage to the music of beans. The music of beans defeated the thief of, I can't read that word on stream, of the Dungeon of Warmth and took over ruthless carnage, and the new government was called the Constructive Rope. Okay. The Goblin Stozu was hacked to pieces by the dwarf Maffle Alf and ruthless carnage. I'm gonna demand the demon judge surrender. Just because I need to know. Under the Brim is now the administrator of the Constructive Rope. And hopefully he comes back. I'm just gonna wait for my messenger to finish detailing this floor. I'm... Huh. Maybe they knew how strong my fortress is? I highly doubt that. I've never once in my entire life of playing this game successfully demanded a surrender and occupy, with the exception of humans that I'd invaded like 40 times. That is so fucking funny. They feared the beans? Yeah. And the plains of odor, man. I mean, it's not foul language. It's just a word that happens to mean a thing, spelled one way and spelled a different way. It's a slur to refer to like a lady who likes ladies. And because it's a slur, I can't say it. Why are you making food, dwarf? Sure, make a meal, but then go do literally anything else afterwards. It's just 3 pieces of cheese and fat. Wow, okay. This is cow cheese roast. The ingredients are minced water buffalo tallow, exceptionally minced goat cheese, exceptionally minced yak cheese, and well-minced cow cheese. And now you're off to go bring back my dwarves. For cheese, right? Velixer? Only if you're speaking French, but... Corvitus. Green glass. Let's make green glass. Terrarium. And green glass window. You're missing the starch, though. You need starch for it to be poutine. Like, if there was, like, a yam plant or a potato in there, I would agree with you, but I refuse to agree with you because of the lack of potato or yam plant. Anyway, they're all coming back now.
Cheese for everyone!
I think Under the Brim actually isn't coming back, though. Because Under the Brim became their, squad leader. Is he's the new? No, he's the administrator, which is a lower rank. But if I actually go here, I go to my civ. Yeah, he would show up here, but I guess not, unless I type in admin. Yeah, no, he didn't come in. Also, Stoned Hobo, how's things? At least they brought their gear back. Which is actually kind of a relief. See what other gear we have available. Not actually that much, so let's get them all set up. There's a Goblin General in our civ? I don't think he's a general. No, I don't have a Goblin General, but I do have a Goblin. One Goblin. This guy. He hasn't fully joined the fortress yet, though. No helmets. We're working on it, okay? We're working on it. Only one of them doesn't have a helmet. Well, what are you talking about? These guys are gathering their gear before they head out. Anyways, I'm gonna go... Nope. I'm gonna go down to cages. Just move some animals from those ugly things to these nice terrariums. Wonder why there's a bull there. Not in the fort, in the civilization? Oh, what? I didn't see that. Yeah, no, you're right, actually. Baron of Web Iron is a goblin. Baron of Boy Hummed. We also have a Goblin Hunter as the general, and the Diplomat is also a goblin. Huh. And this... I'm going to put the... a knoll in there. I put the tame sparrow in there. And the toad in the other one. I've been getting visitors even though I have them disabled, which has been bothering me today, but not intentionally. It's the actual answer, I guess. $12 books up in here now. Most people just slowly reading through them. Let's finish these bedrooms. I presume we're not going to be 2 times lucky with that squad, but man, that would be really goddamn funny if we were. Okay, so you. Let's just get the dwarves who seem to need it assigned to these. Oh, I see. I didn't actually assign this yet. Anyway, the aggravation of the goblins has begun, so they will invade us sooner than later. I just didn't realize that we were actively at peace with them, because that is going to slow down their willingness to attack me. It's going to take a bit longer that way, which I guess is nice, but... To haul their rocks, it'd be cool if pack animals could haul around the fort. On one hand, I agree with that. On the other hand, I don't agree with that. On one hand, I agree with that because, like, it would give you something to do with your animals. On the other hand, I don't want that because if we did get that, then all you'd need is, like, I don't know, a troglodyte to spook your donkey, and then it's running away with random hauled objects, and that just would be annoying. Like, I don't need my dwarves chasing around a donkey to get items back. Wheelbarrows are fine. I just kind of wish dwarves were a little bit better about hauling items. Or maybe, like, if they didn't prioritize them more, then maybe, like, could carry more of certain types of items. Like, if dwarves just by default carried, like, 10 pieces of clothing, like, that would be nice. But I don't actually care that much. What the fuck, man? There's like 7,000 goblins there. Bruh. These are not trained okay, there's 4,000 goblins there, so I lied. These are not trained dwarves. I mean, like, they're combat trained, but these are not, like, diplomacy trained dwarves. I literally just threw a random dwarf in there. It's not diplomacy, trust me. The greater evils of the Witch of Silence surrendered Demon Judge to the music of beans. The music of beans defeated the greater evils of the Witch of Silence and took over Demon Judge. The new government was called the Trumpet of Perfecting. I'm... Huh. Maybe? Maybe a bug? I don't fucking know. That'd be really funny. Okay, let's find something else with ridiculously high population that's also a goblin. Well, I'll wait until the squad comes back first. Accidental world peace? Maybe not world peace. Bembul has been elected to the position of the sacred help of the denomination of hating. Cool. It would be something if I was able to reclaim those locations. I'm in an ad break, but I'm just waiting for that squad to return, so. Since so far no war. This is true. I mean, here I am all prepped for war and battles, and, like, nobody wants to fight with me for some bewildering reason. Maybe they, like, heard about how strong bolt throwers are and, like, you know what? Actually, fuck this. That's actually my working theory now. Are you still alive? I mean, yes? Yes. No, they didn't even fight. They, like, normally they just say no. Like, usually that's what happens when you demand surrender and occupy, is they just go, no. And then you go, okay, and then you leave. Like, the only time I've seen surrender and occupy succeed is when you've fought with a place so long that they literally have no soldiers left. Maybe it's just because we're at peace with them? Like, I could try doing the same thing with the elves down in the south, who we are actively at war with. I think those are elves. They're elven sites. Yeah, I could go demand surrender and occupy of those guys down there. No, I mean, they will attack me, right? Because I've demanded tribute. But, like, I mean, there's also still sinful ghosts. Like, there's other Dark Goblin fortresses. Like, I'm not worried about that. But I'll go demand demand surrender and occupy from those elves down there and see, like, if they just keep doing that. Because, like, if that's the case, Jesus. Yep, they've returned. So we got Charest, Maffel, Alf, Arkenton. We got Mengus. Yeah, I mean, Shortass is the one I'm using as the leader of this squad. It's just, like, competent, like, nothing crazy. Like, nothing out of the ordinary for, like a medium high tier squatty. It's just weird as all hell. Just waiting on one more dwarf. Let's throw Elray in there. Bizarre, man. Certainly no war and peace, let me tell you. Let's find a elven location with a higher population. Like right here. Demand, surrender, and occupy. Go. Good luck, Shorast. This is like a fucking fairy tale. Like, none of this makes any sense to me. The hamlet of Shell Wasp, nearly a day's travel to the southeast, has been conquered and now looks to your thriving... Okay, this, I don't even... I didn't even do that! Chat, I didn't do that. That wasn't me. Grumpy enlisted dwarf with beard if possible. Hold on. Also, that's the Goblin Fortress of Bad Men, by the way. Hold on. Okay, so I took over a Goblin location, right? Which is this one, Ruthless Carnage. Which is of the Dungeons of Warmth, who are at peace with me for some reason, somehow. And they just took over this human location, which is now economically linked to me? Which is an unrelated faction that I was allied with? Or am allied with? What the fuck? And I can attack it. Something's busted. I mean... They did change some overworld things, didn't they? Can somebody clip all of this, please? I mean, I am at war with this goblin faction, the Witch of Silence, which checks out. Same with this one. Like, it says that we're at peace, but they do export terror and violence, so they will attack me. But there's some weird shit going on here. Okay, so it does say that they're a goblin location now. Like, it has swapped the faction over. So, okay. So I took over this goblin location. Alan. These goblins are apparently invading these humans. And took over this human city, which is now economically linked to me just like a Helix would be. But I didn't do anything. Anyway, you want a grumpy enlisted dwarf. Pick one. Sorry, Shinobi. Back on topic. Yes, on my behalf. Well, so things can be, so if something is taken over or founded near you and you're a barony, and like it's in your region, it's considered economically linked to you if it's at peace with you or part of your faction. Like, essentially that means that they use my, like, trading depot as a market. Like, their economy exists because I'm here, which is not something goblins do ever. I mean, I'm not complaining. But, like... You want it tour? Shinobi, this could also just be, like, something that happens if they're very peaceful with you. but it doesn't feel like it's working as intended. He lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic. We'll see what happens with the... Because we're trying to siege that location that's south of us that we are at war with. If we also conquer and occupy that, something's fucked. Because it's an elvish location with 200 people. He lives at he is rarely happy and enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. And he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and prefers to present himself modestly. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He generally acts with a narrow focus in the current activity, and he is envious of others. And he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Also, I'm going to do a thing real quick. Cat. Let's just say 12. Need some catapults. Oopsies. He personally thinks that something is deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity, disregards tradition, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes marble and rose gold and panda leather and leggings and bolt thrower parts and cavies for their adorable call and onion plants for their bulbs and the words of the wanderer of walking and the sound of the desert of luxury, and when possible prefers to consume web gong and carambola wine and horned melons and absolutely hates lizards. And some guy who I don't want to join has joined. Go away. Now just waiting for this one dwarf to leave, who's just left. I'm dominating the world through proxies. I'm literally leading a proxy war, yes. I would say that is not incorrect. Not an incorrect read, anyway. Why you no equipped weapon? Dwarf. Tisk. Been there, done that. I see what you did there. How's the value of this up here? Recognize priesthood. Ooh, let's go with Zulban. Okay, something's broken. I'm going to send one single unarmed dwarf who's never seen a fight before in their life and ask them to conquer something for me. In fact, I'm going to use that really pissed off dwarf. Who is Avuz, who's currently sleeping. You are going to, by yourself, conquer, I don't know, maybe not the goblin thing with that many people in it, but maybe like this goblin retreat. Demand, surrender and occupy. We'll see if that works. I'm going to send Putnam a DM and say, test this. Hey, chat, if you have a squad and you're playing Dwarf Fortress, try this. Everybody's just like, BRB conquering the planet. I need to wait for this dwarf to wake the fuck up first. I also need to go request those dwarves back. And I'm going to send my messenger. Maybe it's a bug if... No, but that faction's at war with me. So they're not peaceful. Like, not everybody in this is peaceful. Thank you, someone over there. But, like, yeah, no, like... Not everyone here is peaceful. Oh, are you saying that my goatee is, like, making them swoon or some shit? I mean, that's funny, but I doubt it. It's the goatee. It's the only thing that's changed. And, you know, a bunch of content patches and updates and changes to how under the hood mechanics work. You know, just nothing's changed. Just I have a different facial hair. Facts. Is this evil blind as the good blind god? I think that I was being evil when I ran that tiny fort. I've definitely been evil before. Yeah, if this dwarf successfully seizes that, then that is me saying... Where did I hide the good blind? Definitely underneath the kitchen sink. Formally requesting an evil laugh or cackle. That's the best I got. I blame the head cold. God, I hope this works. Because that would be so fucking funny if this works. They said no to you? Interesting. Also, this dwarf got a no as well. Interesting. Demand of unconditional surrender placed by the music of beans was rejected. And maybe it's just this world then. It's gotta just be this world then. Like if I send this squad again, with Shoras leading again. But still, I don't know. Send the guy with a sword and see what happens. I mean spears, because that's what our weapons are, but... It still seems wrong. Because this used to, like, be consistently very difficult to do successfully. 2 balls been taken by a Fey Mood. You did send an experienced military squad to a site and the site surrendered? I realize that I'm just like starting a shit ton of war, like interdimensional, multicultural wars, over multiple planes of dwarven existence. But like, this is just so wild to me. Okay, now they're at war with me. That's good. At least some things are working. Trash evil. Demand surrender. Nope. Demand surrender and occupy. Go get him again. I mean, sieges are certainly coming. We're absolutely starting wars. That part is a given. But my lord. Guy with a sword returned and they said no? Okay. It's gotta just be this world then. Had 5 sieges in a row? I mean, I should expect nothing less. Less? These goblins are challenging my dogs. Thankfully, goblins aren't much more effective than a small dog, so... Good luck, Thiefy. Meanwhile, we're trying to conquer and occupy trash evil. I wonder... I can see it. Hold on. I'm responding to a DM. Yeah. So, you know what they must have done? They must have... Like, this has to be related to that overworld sim bug or something. Because this is a group that I am at war with, right? Like, I was at peace with them a minute ago, but I've taken over a bunch of their shit and demanded tribute and a few other things. And so now I'm at war with them. But, like... This must just be easier now, because, like, I've tried to do this before. Like, demanding surrender and occupy, and I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've actually managed to successfully surrender and occupy in my entire time playing this game. I mean, that was the goal of this one, Wretched Television. For whatever that's worth, that was the intended goal, was take over the world. So they must have made it easier. I refuse to believe otherwise, because I've never seen that work before. I haven't seen anything yet, Luptic, YT. Although I haven't looked at the wiki yet. Anybody know exactly how good reinforced walls are yet? Tobal, the leather worker, has created Oh dear, Marig, a cow leather armor and offers it to the music of beans. I'm going to give that to the leader of this squiddy squad. Squid. You can wear specific armor. It does kind of sound like an upset spouse. Or somebody who's surprised in a cartoon show. Ah, there it is. So you're gonna go pick up the cow leather armor. I presume. Look at that fancy... Oh. Yeah, there it is. This is a cow leather armor. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with rhinoceros leather and encircled with bands of cow leather and rhinoceros leather. Oh, this is interesting. So Putnam has said that maybe goblin army strengths are broken. So, I'm just going to read what she's writing, which is, it should absolutely be checking if your army's strength is higher than the town's army strength, and if it's not, then they refuse the surrender. And then she asked if I had visited it in adventure mode, and I said no, and then she says it's only checking the population counts for sites that don't have a realization, which I'm pretty sure means that haven't loaded at any point. So, if you haven't loaded it, then the game doesn't actually know how strong their armies are, and it tests your army strength versus their army strength. That's really funny. So... Huh. Because the only difference in the code, according to Putnam, between the two options, which is, you know, conquer and occupy and demand surrender and occupy, is conquer and occupy is demand surrender, and if they say no, fight them. Demand surrender and occupy is demand surrender, and if they say no, leave. And it takes your army versus their army, but I guess if they've never loaded it and you just unprompted invade them and you've never tried attacking them before and you've never visited that location, presumably you should just be able to snap up and take their stuff. Assuming that you have an army. That is amazing. Huh. Yes, I'm still live. Karomi in YouTube chat. Like, I have a feeling we're gonna break this pretty quick, but... what can I say? The shortness of dwarfs is intimidating to goblins. That's the only real outcome I have. This is going to be my Baroness's very humble office for the moment. Oh, I didn't even think of that. So, Erdim Taters is now the Baron of Demon Judge. Which means I'm literally in charge of a goblin fortress. I really hope it lets me request workers from there. I really, really hope it does. Can I request a demon? It says no work is available, so no. But maybe in time? Am I gonna try and get the Overlord? I would. So yeah, at some point recently, or at some point in the last couple patches, something changed so that goblins basically have absolutely no balls when their stuff is demanded. That's really funny. Okay, well. Goblins are a bunch of pushovers. More news at 11. They can wretched television if there's multiple types of that demon and they're not a unique, and if they're gendered, because sometimes they're not gendered. But I've absolutely seen demons come out of hell and like have triplets and shit. My messenger returned again. Once again with my squad. I will just get training again. Because, like, what the hell else am I going to tell them to do? Imagine a vanilla demon fort. I mean, there's ways to do that. There is ways to do that in vanilla. Although that being said, chat, I have been live for 8 hours and 40 minutes. I do have a head cold and I'm starting to lose my voice, and I haven't had anything to eat except for 2 boiled eggs since I started. Yeah, you have to take control of a demon and then bring them to a fortress without them dying, and then reclaim the fortress. You can also sort of do that with angels too. If you retire an adventurer in a vault, then it's if they become, then angels become playable in adventure mode, and then you can make a party of angels and walk to a fortress, etc. So you can sort of do that. All right, chat room. I think it's time for us to call it for the day. Yeah, I think it's time for us to call it. I'm gonna go sort out dinner, and maybe edit a short for tomorrow. And I will be back tomorrow normal time for normal stream. Although there's a show I want to go to in the evening tomorrow. And also a certain Orange who's been hanging out in chat is heading home on Friday morning. So I will stream Friday, but stream's gonna be a little bit shorter tomorrow. At least shorter than today. Probably closer to 7.5 hours or 8 hours. And then Friday I'll probably do a more normal length stream. And then Saturday, Sunday, Monday, most likely, I will be just editing. And then we'll be back Tuesday. So thanks for hanging out today. I do greatly appreciate it. YouTube folks, I will shut you down first, but before I let you go, I just want to mention that thank you for hanging out and watching my videos and hanging out and watching the streams. There will be some sort of video on the YouTube channel by Sunday. It'll either be a tutorial or a super highlight of the last fort, just of the sieges, one of the two. I'm not totally sure exactly what I'm going to do with it. I've highlighted all the sieges, so I've got like a good chunk of the editing done, but I just need to voice it and figure out what I'm going to actually do with it. I want to do a tutorial for the siege engines, but that will require some experimenting off stream. And I want to do like a I've got a few other ideas of things I want to do, but that's going to take a while. And I also want to do another like updated getting started guide, but I don't think that'll happen this weekend. So keep an eye out. There will be something on the YouTube channel over the weekend. If you want to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch and hang out with us. Otherwise, I will see you YouTube folks tomorrow for the next stream. Laters, YouTube. Alrighty, Twitch chat. You guys ready to raid somebody? My nose is like trying to drown me.